Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you. It is June 2nd. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get off with your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I feel like when I was getting in the car this morning, I had the sense that it was just going to be warm outside today.
Yeah, I would say probably going to be hot.
Love it.
Summertime,
Love it.
summertime,
Fine.
Summertime.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it all morning.
Okay.
I'll throw that on as DJ Doppler here. So, yeah, good morning to all of you. We had a nice afternoon yesterday with temps in the 80s, and we're going to slide into those 90s for this afternoon. From our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, you can see not much is happening right now. Pretty calm conditions and mild. In fact, a lot of us are in the upper 50s and low to mid 60s to kick off your Friday morning. Check that next 12-hour graphic. You can see those temperatures steadily rising. We'll top out in the lower 90s. Look at this map right here. 92 in Cockeysville and Baltimore, 92 as well in Columbia. In the 80s, a little bit to the south and out toward the east as well. But a lot of us still going to be warm and even hot for the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Breaking overnight, we're taking you to the White House right now, where a bill to prevent a U.S. default now heading to the president's desk.
The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed.
Now, the Senate gave its final approval late last night. The vote came in a 63-37, reflecting the bipartisan tally in the House. Senators spent hours voting on proposed amendments to the deal, all of which failed, but made their preferences known. The Treasury has said the country will run out of money to pay its debts come Monday. And happening today, budget hearings at City Hall continue. Today, the City Council will hear the Comptroller's Office. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Shannon Lilly is going to join us live with the preview. And the next week, council members will review key public safety budgets, including Baltimore Police and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Now, these hearings come after a long night in City Hall last night, with City Council focusing on the school system. During the hearing, school administrators confirmed that half of all Baltimore City school students are chronically absent. Financially, the school district is set to receive $1.5 billion in additional state funds this next fiscal year as part of the state's education reform plan. The funds will allow the district to hire almost 500 new full-time staff members, but it is what happens afterwards that's raising concerns.
My concern is about the continuity of funds and the continuity of programming that we will obviously face once this implementation plan ends.
Part of what I'm charged to do, and frankly what the Board of Commissioners is charged to do, is to be able to project out, right, what that funding looks like, so that, you know, we're not leaving subsequent generations with the cliff.
Another debate centered around the school's response to the shooting outside of Edmondson High School earlier this year.
We got a lot of feedback from families, so it wasn't just like our opinion about what the response was, but we did talk to students and staff and family members who felt like the response wasn't as robust as the severity of what occurred, and it sort of didn't meet it. It just felt like it was a rush thing to kind of check boxes and get back to the normal learning space, which for both staff and students and families, that's just incredibly difficult to do.
School officials vow to improve their response and promise another meeting in Edmondson Village for students and parents there. Fox 45's Project Baltimore has been investigating problems within some city schools for months. You can check out their full reporting on foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to a city in crisis. Today, the second weekend of the mayor's youth curfew, it's taking effect. According to the memo, the mayor's office is looking for city employees to volunteer to staff youth connection centers and other engagement areas. According to an email obtained by Fox 45 News, Deputy Mayor Dr. Letitia Saraja issued high importance alert to city employees, telling them the administration is challenged in finding adult eyes to monitor minors expected to congregate this weekend at those centers. The immediate goal now to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. this Friday and Saturday.
This, unfortunately, is just another example of poor planning. What he's trying to do with the youth curfew is a good idea, but you have to be able to put it into practice.
Well, I can tell you that the attorney in me is cringing
You're dealing with young people. There's no indication that these are volunteers. He's asking for volunteers. Is there going to be some sort of a background check system? You can't send people in there blindly to do what? Just be hall monitors?
The citywide curfew begins tonight at 9 for youth 14 and younger and 10 for people 16 and under. After June 13th, the curfew hour increases by 1 hour for each group. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance is digging into this plan as we head into another weekend. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates officially unveiling a new citation docket for low-level offenses. He says it'll improve the quality of life for city residents without driving up incarceration. Fox 45 News was first to tell you about plans to introduce the citation docket, but yesterday Bates said the foundation has been laid for it to take effect. Now, under Bates' plan, a citation will lead to an initial court date. When arraigned, those eligible will be offered the opportunity to complete community service and receive wraparound services like drug and mental health treatment. He's promising his new plan will help bring accountability back to the city.
In the time period I was out campaigning, to now talking to all the great citizens of our city, the question they ask us and ask me is, when are we going to do something about the quality of life crimes? Well, we're doing it now. At the end of the day, the citizens have demanded that we do something, and individuals have to make a decision. I'm not here, and we're not here, and not in this position to coddle individuals, but we're trying to get them help. If they don't want help, they will be prosecuted.
For adults 18 years old and older, citations will cover a multitude of offenses, including dirt bike charges, disorderly intoxication, and possession with intent to distribute marijuana. Citations will be issued starting June 12th, with the first docket on July 17th. We want to hear from you. Do you believe prosecuting low-level crime will lower violent crime in the city? So far, 95% of voters say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in right now. Still ahead on the early edition, laws protecting transgender care seeing backlash across the country. We hear arguments from both sides and look at the measures in place right here in Maryland. Plus, it's going to be a hot day today. Our Weather Authority team is letting us know just how warm we're getting. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Our temperatures are in the 50s and 60s this morning, so mild conditions. We are on our way to our first hot day of the year, and right after we got into meteorological summer with temperatures in the 80s yesterday, well into the 90s for this afternoon. So we'll be talking about that and track that next chance for rain and possible storms as well.
All right, here's a look at today's headlines. As we mentioned, Baltimore City budget hearings continue with a review of the Comptroller's Office. The Baltimore Immigration Summit happening at Towson University. The event seeks to find ways to make Baltimore more welcoming for migrants. And the U.S. Marshal's Office in Maryland is announcing the results of Operation Watch Out, a special operation aimed at bringing in fugitives.
A handful of states are passing what critics call trans-tourism bills. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C., what these bills are and why some are against it.
Plus, we're looking ahead to the 2024 presidential race, what former President Donald Trump is saying about the other Republicans in the race. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the man who's launching an investigation into U.S. tax dollars funding entities in China and Russia. We open the books on this expose this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, a handful of states that are introducing laws protecting transgender care are facing backlash. The National Desk's Angela Brown explains.
The American Principles Project just issuing this travel advisory for California, Minnesota.
I just think that anything before 18, we need to be very careful about before introducing it to children.
Terry Schilling, APP president, advising parents to travel with caution, pointing to bills like HB 146 in Minnesota, now moving through the state house. Some parents say the language in the bill opens the door for parents to lose custody for refusing their child transition surgery or treatment.
It's one thing to allow parents to push forward and do this to their kids. It's a whole other thing to weaponize the state to take children away from parents.
Minnesota lawmakers argue it will protect trans kids and parents from legal action in other states where treatment is banned or restricted. Vital care that transgender woman and parent Danielle Butler says could save lives. More than 50% of U.S. trans youth say they considered suicide.
And if you tell these children that they can't have transgender care, I don't think you're going to help that suicide rate.
These bills coming at a time parents say kids are exposed to transgender themes at an earlier age. A Minnesota mom objecting to this book, Call Me Max, available to students in Minnesota schools, about gender identity.
First graders are busy enough trying to master phonics and try to learn how to read. Why would we allow authority figures to plant seeds of doubt in their existence simply as a boy or a girl, that it might be a mistake?
A book turning kids transgender? Ridiculous to Danny, who knew her gender before third grade.
Picking up a book, is that going to tell you that you're transgender? No, you're going to know it inside.
But parents who feel their rights are in jeopardy are laser focused on education and legislation. In Maine, parents watching this bill, language that includes take temporary emergency jurisdiction over children who have been unable to obtain gender-affirming health care.
What we're seeing is parents are starting to reclaim the discussion around sex and gender with their own children.
Only a handful of states have passed laws making them trans refuge states. More states have passed legislation banning gender-affirming care. So far, 18 states have passed laws restricting gender-affirming care. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Here in Maryland, Governor Wes Moore signed a new law expanding the number of gender-affirming procedures the state's Medicaid covers. The change takes effect January 1st, and some critics say it's not fair. They point out Medicaid doesn't cover procedures like dentures for adults, home birth services, or the treatment of any eating disorder. You can find more on Maryland's debate over gender care on our website, FOX45.com. Look at that shot. Now, okay, 13 Baltimore schools are without air conditioning. They're going to dismiss early today due to forecasted high temperatures. A list of those schools and the updated dismissal times are now available at FOX45.com. Now, I'm sorry, I was just so mesmerized by that shot. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's going to be nice.
It's going to be nice, but it's going to be hot.
I don't mind hot.
You don't mind hot?
Nah.
Okay, all right. Well, that's why they have to get those kids out because they don't have AC. And when you have a day like this with temperatures in the 90s, that's what we're going to see this afternoon. Yeah, see? There you go. All right, now you're on board. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore. We are seeing a mild start to your Friday morning. It is Friday, by the way. 63 your temperature right now at BWI. Not really much in the way of wind that we're seeing at this time. As you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, temperatures in the low to mid 60s here. The sun coming up at 5:42 and goes to bed tonight at 8:28. So definitely getting those longer daylight hours. Definitely a day where you want to be in the pool or at least near the pool. But that UV index in that very high category, especially with those temperatures that are going to be in the 90s, so that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Upper 70s is where we're going to be by 10 a.m. So you got to make sure to get that sunblock on and stay protected. Check out some of these numbers. You can see that dark red or orange here on the map. This is for all of us this afternoon. And it's going to come, you know, we had temperatures in the upper 80s yesterday, so you kind of felt like, okay, this may be the preview. Today, it's going to be hot. There's no doubt about that, especially with where we've been most of the week in that kind of below average category. But 80 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us will be well into the 90s. You can see that from Baltimore down to D.C., up into Philly at 95 this afternoon, even down the ocean right about 70 in Ocean City, where you might want to get away and get some of those cooler numbers. Now, after today, our numbers are going to drop. In fact, we're only going to get to the lower 80s tomorrow. We actually drop to the upper 70s on Sunday. So we start the weekend hot and we end it more on the cooler side. Then those numbers come back into the 80s as we head toward the middle of next week. A little kind of, I guess, moderating a bit or leveling off. All right, here's a look at our future scan. Now, we do have that chance for a couple of showers and possibly a thunderstorm tomorrow. We're dry today, but this area of low pressure is going to slide down the east coast, and that's going to give us a little bit more instability in the atmosphere. You get some moisture mixed in with that, and we do have that potential for some of those showers developing on Saturday. But then cooler back behind that. So Sunday starts off cloudy, but by Sunday afternoon, looking very nice, and overall, those cooler temperatures will prevail. Monday, there is another system that's going to try to make a run at us from the north and from the west. So we'll keep our eye on that to see if that is going to be much of an issue for us. All right, we'll get it out there. 16 days until Father's Day, Juneteenth, and now 17 days from right now. The official summer solstice is in 19 days from today. All right, here's the 7-day forecast. So 93 today, lower 80s tomorrow, 70s on Sunday, but we're drier, and we keep those dry conditions through the early part of next week. Taylor?
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic now to the Len Stiller Traffic Network. Your live cameras in Towson show the roads are pretty clear. It's probably a good time to get out there. All right, how about mass transit? Let's check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got a couple delays in the mix. Penn Train 403 and Penn Train 505, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's on time from end to end. No delays or difficulties there. And Metro Subway Link on time in both directions of that line. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thanks, Mark.
Campaign season heating up quickly, so what do voters say they really want? And why is that prompting more challengers to get in the race? I'm Scott Duman in Washington with a look coming up.
Plus, the second weekend of Baltimore's youth curfew begins tonight. Why critics argue the plan is already not working. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning to your election 2024 coverage, Ron DeSantis moving on to South Carolina today. He made his first visit to New Hampshire just yesterday. The Florida governor is taking his campaign through 3 early primary states this week. DeSantis telling voters in New Hampshire the country is going in the wrong direction, from immigration to crime to the economy. He also criticized President Biden's push for changes to the 2024 presidential nominating calendar.
Biden has tried to ruin New Hampshire as being first in the nation. And that is wrong what he's doing, because he's doing it for his own benefit. He's not doing it for the greater good of the process. And so we'll be here and we'll be upholding this tradition as Republicans.
Biden and other Democrats argued the move would empower a more diverse group of voters earlier in the primaries. Former President Donald Trump appearing on Fox News in a pre-recorded town hall with Sean Hannity and Iowa voters. The topics discussed ran from the gamut, rather. They included the former president's thoughts on the economy, tensions with China, defense spending. They also touched on Trump's own legal battles, as well as his competition for the GOP nomination, during which Trump downplayed the threat of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as a political rival.
I think the one who's second is going down so much and so rapidly that I don't think he's going to be second that much longer. I think he's going to be third or fourth. He had a very bad day today. He got very angry at the press. You're not allowed to get angry at the press.
Now, Trump is currently considered the front runner for the GOP nomination. The presidential race, though, it's getting crowded, and there could be 9 or more Republican candidates in all, with more to come. Sinclair chief political correspondent Scott Thuman takes a closer look at what voters say they want.
Make America great again. That's a very simple...
Back at the starting line, former President Trump stumping across Iowa and trying to stomp out his early competition.
Who can believe in an open border? But when I heard DeSantis go out and say, and talk about 8 years, we need 8 years. You don't need 8 years, you need 6 months.
Referring to Governor Ron DeSantis, who is crisscrossing New Hampshire for the first time as a candidate.
You can have a bold vision, enact a bold agenda, and attract people to your candidacy and not repel people.
And relying on his wife, a former TV host, to help burnish his image. But what do Republican voters want? A recent CBS News YouGov poll shows likely GOP voters prefer someone who challenges woke ideas, opposes any gun restrictions, says Trump won in 2020, and makes liberals angry. In many ways, Trump to a T.
We hope everybody understands, like these people, that you can't beat Trump.
Let's just go ahead and make this nomination right here and now.
Yet that hardly means they all want Trump. There are plenty of Republican voters who, like other candidates, say Trump's too controversial, don't like how he deals with opponents, and are concerned over his ongoing legal fights. In other words, 49% of that group say Trump makes them feel exhausted. And that's encouraging others to jump in.
I have devoted my life to this fight, and I'm just getting started.
Let's go! Let's go!
And in the next week, former Vice President Mike Pence and 2016 candidate Chris Christie are expected to announce bids. And current governor of New Hampshire, Chris Sununu, also gearing up for a potential run. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Making headlines this morning, a member of the far-right extremist group Oath Keepers has been sentenced to more than 4 years in prison. Robert Minuto was seen on video acting as a part of security detail for longtime Trump advisor Roger Stone before the January 6th riot at the Capitol. He was among 6 Oath Keeper members convicted of seditious conspiracy in the U.S. Capitol attack, and now the third to receive his punishment. Prosecutors say Minuto was not initially at the Capitol, but arrived later to join the crowd when he learned of the breach.
Baltimore's youth curfew goes into effect again this weekend. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's having trouble enforcing it.
Well, it's a mild start to your Friday morning. We are heating up as we head toward the afternoon. We'll talk about just how hot those temps get right here on the Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:59 on this Friday morning, June 2nd. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us on the early edition.
That's exactly right. Good morning to both of you. 87 yesterday officially, so you felt that heat a little bit, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I liked it.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah.
It was comfortable.
Not today.
Today.
Gonna turn it up.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be turning up. Yeah, and we're going to turn down for what here as we get into the rest of your weekend. So our Towson camp right now, Mile 1 Auto Group, yeah, not bad. Mild conditions. A lot of us are hanging out in the 60s this morning. Upper 50s in Cockeysville. We're at 55 in Columbia, but still mid-60s in Annapolis at this hour. So here's a look at your weather story. A mild Friday morning leading to a hot afternoon ahead. Will be cooler by tomorrow, so it's a brief heat up before we actually cool down for the weekend. But as you're heating up and getting ready to get out on your morning drive, upper 50s and low to mid 60s here over the next couple of hours. Not much to get in your way, at least weather-wise. Back with your full forecast, which does include some rain for tomorrow as well. We'll talk about that in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network now with a live look from Towson and light volume out here at this 5 a.m. hour. Perfect time to get up and head out.
Happening today, budget hearings at City Hall continue.
Today, City Council will hear from the Comptroller's office, and then next week, council members will review key public safety budgets, including Baltimore Police and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Well, these hearings come after a long night at City Hall last night, with the City Council focusing on the city's school system.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from Harbor East to break it down. Shannon.
Yeah, we're learning, Megan, that half of all Baltimore City students are chronically absent. That is something the school administrators confirmed in last night's hearing. It all comes as the school system is expecting to get an infusion of money under the Kerwin plan. But it's what happens after that plan that has some concerned.
My concern is about the continuity of funds and the continuity of programming that we will obviously face once this implementation plan ends.
Part of what I'm charged to do, and frankly what the Board of Commissioners is charged to do, is to be able to project out, right, what that funding looks like, so that, you know, we're not leaving subsequent generations with the cliff.
And remember, in total, Baltimore City will be spending more than $404 million on city schools. That's $79.4 million more than anticipated, all to fund the Kerwin plan. The state of Maryland in total will contribute $1 billion to Baltimore City schools. So at last night's budget hearing, school officials had a lot of plans for that $1.5 billion in funding. The additional funds will allow the district to hire almost 500 new full staff positions. Meanwhile, administrators were questioned about the absentee record, and City Councilman Christopher Burnett raised alarms about what he calls a woefully inadequate response to the shootings of 5 Edmondson High School students earlier this year, when those students left campus across the street.
We got a lot of feedback from families, so it wasn't just like our opinion about what the response was, but we did talk to students and staff and family members who felt like the response wasn't as robust as the severity of what occurred.
And he says the school needed a far better response in responding to those students and those parents as well in this situation. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore City Schools is already the 4th most funded large school system in the country. It spends more than $21,000 per student. Project Baltimore found the number of employees in the school system making more than $100,000 rose 36% from the year 2019 to the year 2021. Project Baltimore also found that City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises earns a base salary of a little more than $333,000 per year. But given the perks in her contract, she earns nearly $445,000 a year.
It's milking taxpayers like dairy cows. We put a premium on those leaders locally that say they're going to educate our children. And so we need to hold, at the end of the day, we need to hold them accountable.
Well, you can find all of Project Baltimore's reporting on the Baltimore City Public School System on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, today, nearly 20 Baltimore City public schools will close early because of hot temperatures forecast and the lack of air conditioning. The school system was given money to get air conditioning in all of its schools You remember this in 2017. The work was supposed to be done this school year. Well, in August, when the school year started, school officials told Fox 45 News air conditioning projects will continue through the summer months.
Also happening today, the second weekend of the youth curfew in Baltimore.
Yeah, Fox 45 News has learned the city is lacking staff to enforce citywide youth curfew, despite the mayor saying the first weekend was a success.
The curfew went into effect on Memorial Day weekend as part of an effort to reduce violence among teenagers.
Olivia Danz joining us live this morning now with a closer look at those concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right, Megan and Tom. The city is looking for staff to enforce this curfew in 3 main areas, including right here near Rash Field, which is in Federal Hill. This is where teens are expected to gather tonight, as well as in Fells Point and the Inner Harbor. The curfew goes into effect on weekends from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for children 13 and under and 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for ages 14 through 16. According to the plan, social workers will engage youth with help from city partners to limit unnecessary interactions with police. And despite Mayor Scott calling the curfew a complete success, Fox 45 News has obtained an email sent to city employees saying the administration is challenged in finding adults to monitor the minors. The immediate goal is to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. And the city wants at least 9 employees each weekend to be assigned. Europe C. Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement thinks asking volunteers to engage with youth is troublesome.
Well, I can tell you that the attorney in me is cringing. You're dealing with young people. There's no indication that, these are volunteers. He's asking for volunteers. Is there going to be some sort of a background check system? You can't send people in there blindly to do what? Just be hall monitors?
And city employees would be asked to let the teens know that the curfew is in effect and also ask if they need help contacting a parent or guardian for pickup. Compensation for employees would include comp time or overtime. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Danz, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right. Thank you, Olivia. Right now, the debt limit compromise is in President Biden's hands.
Senators passing the bill late last night.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with where things stand now.
That's right, you guys. A live look at the nation's capital right now, where senators worked well into the night, finally reaching an agreement on the country's debt ceiling. With just days to spare until the nation's financial default deadline, the Senate approved a compromise to raise the debt ceiling until 2025. The bill passed with a bipartisan 63 to 36 vote. The measure cuts some leftover COVID funds, increased work requirements for food stamp recipients, and places a cap on non-defense spending. Not everybody loved this deal, but look, guys, they got it done.
Is it a home run? No. It's maybe a single, maybe a double, but I don't think anyone expected that Kevin McCarthy could deliver any base runners at all, and he has.
Of course, nobody got everything they wanted. There was give on both sides, but this agreement was a very good outcome.
Now, Senator McCarthy later tweeting this: Leaders Schumer and McConnell committed to pass all 12 appropriation bills on time this year, the first time since 2005, under the pressure of auto spending cuts I included in the debt limit agreement. Now, lawmakers on both sides did have their issues with this plan. Several Republicans voiced concerns about the 3% increase on defense spending. Right now, that's lower than the current inflation rate. Some Democrats voted no because of the bill's discretionary spending caps and tougher work requirements. That's the latest here at the Live Desk.
All right. Thank you, Taylor. Still ahead this morning, recreational marijuana becomes legal in less than a month. How local businesses are preparing.
Plus, a major arrest of a popular boxer right from Baltimore. What we're learning led to his detainment.
And our temperatures are not too bad right now, but let me tell you, we are going to be heating up as we head toward the afternoon. We'll break down just how hot we get coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 is your time right now for our Weather Authority forecast, and our temperatures are going to be climbing today. Let's check our numbers right now across the state. 50s and 60s is what we're looking at, so definitely a mild start to your morning. A little hazy out there as well. On your out the door cast, don't even think that jacket is required at all. That's a great album by Phil Collins, by the way, no jacket required. But use the sunglasses for sure this afternoon. Not really a need for the umbrella either, because those showers that we may get are coming in for tomorrow. Out for a run or a jog, upper 50s, lower 60s here. Get that exercise outside in this morning because it's going to be hot later this afternoon. We'll talk about those numbers and what we can expect for the rest of the weekend, all coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines here this morning, champion boxer Gervonta Tank Davis from Baltimore is in jail downtown after an apparent violation of his home detention.
Now, this stems from a hit-and-run crash in 2020, injuring 4 people, including a pregnant woman, less than a month ago. Davis was sentenced to 3 months home detention for leaving the scene and not returning. Now he will have to serve that behind bars. It's not clear what he did to trigger this full jail sentence. When we find out, we'll, of course, let you know.
Still ahead this morning, a warning for drivers this summer. What you need to be aware of when pumping your gas, even in broad daylight.
But first, be careful if you're storing money in payment apps for a long term. After the break, the banks that offer you secure protection during a financial crisis. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15 on this Friday morning. In your consumer news, the Biden administration taking action to address racial bias in home valuations. Multiple reports have shown appraisers are more likely to undervalue homes in Black and Hispanic neighborhoods. The proposed rule aims to make sure the automated formulas used to price housing prices are fair. It establishes new standards among financial institutions and mortgage companies to prevent any type of discrimination. Now, the White House says it wants every American to have the same opportunities to build generational wealth through home ownership. Airbnb is taking legal action against New York City. The company says a new city ordinance imposes extreme and oppressive restrictions on short-term rentals, basically banning them. The ordinance requires owners to register with the mayor's office, disclose who lives on the property, and promise to comply with zoning and maintenance. City plans to start enforcing it next month. Airbnb says it will greatly reduce the local supply of short-term rentals, leaving them no choice but to sue.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is warning against storing money in payment apps for the long term. Apps like Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App have surged in popularity in recent years. The CFPB notes in most cases they do not offer the same protections as a traditional bank or credit union account, including federal deposit insurance coverage. And that means money stored in the apps may not be safe during a financial crisis. The warning comes several weeks after the failures of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic Bank, prompting runs at all three. Android users, beware. A team of tech experts have identified a dangerous malware making the rounds on the Google Play Store, and it's known as Spin OK. It's often disguised as a free mini games, but is actually a trap to steal personal data from phones. The ruse was uncovered by the anti-malware company, Dr. Web, and they say more than 100 Android apps have been infected by this. Together, downloaded more than 400 million times. Google has since removed most of the apps identified and is urging users to report any suspicious programs.
Okay. Take a look at this video caught on camera. Police in Ohio helping to free a baby deer, fawn, who was caught in a backyard soccer net. Neighbors had tried to help, but they say that nearby mother doe, you see her running around right there, was a little too protective for their comfort zone. So the responding officer came equipped with the right tools. It only took him a minute to cut that little fawn free.
Aw, well, don't try this at home, but a Florida man, go figure, going viral for his efforts to trap an alligator. This is in a school parking lot in Jacksonville. While the gator seems to be putting up a pretty good fight there, the man is actually a licensed trapper and says that he had this whole situation under control.
And there's nothing that gets the juices flowing and the adrenaline pumping quite like messing with a big alligator. But what I was doing was getting him tired. You've got to get these animals tired or they can really hurt you.
His skills around animals earning him the nickname, you ready for this? Blue Collar Brawler. A man of many talents. He's also an MMA fighter. No gators in the ring, though, at least until today.
That looked like a ring at that school parking lot with everyone just standing around watching.
Do you think that was an act to get more attention on him? Did he place the alligator there to get more attention for his fighting skills?
I love the jaded anchor approach to this, right? Yes,
or he's just a good guy protecting people.
He's a gator influencer now, yeah. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again, right?
A thief in Wisconsin took that mantra to heart. Listen in.
Is that your squad? That's your squad.
Police officer in disbelief, as you just heard him bleeped out there. His squad car actually drives by during a traffic stop, stolen while the officers were on the side of the road. Police tracking down the car just a few blocks away. After speaking with the driver, it turns out he's currently awaiting trial for stealing a police vehicle in a separate incident.
I mean, there's got to be other things.
Is that in Florida too?
We'll get back to that, but it's a good thought. Yeah. All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining in on this.
Well, it's interesting that I was going to talk today about National Donut Day, and right after that story with police officers.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to
Police officers like donuts, right? That's what they like.
Stereotype.
Yeah. But it was actually started in the Salvation Army, the Lassies.
Really?
Back in World War I. Yeah, they would bring food to the troops on the front line, and then they would fry the donuts in the helmets of soldiers, and they were called doughboys. So there you go.
That's right.
Nice.
Now we need to work on getting some donuts here.
That would be wonderful.
I mean, let's go. It's 5:20 in the morning. I need to know where we're getting some donuts. Come on. Like, it's Donut Day. I did a live shot for National Donut Day in Colorado Springs a few years back, and I was actually in there moving the stuff around in the fryer, and I said a bad word on TV. So I didn't want to mess up, and I messed up. So all right. Anyway, That's why I'm here. I no longer work at that station. I'm kidding. Towson Cameron, good morning to you. A little hazy out there this morning, kind of a hazy shade of summer. So here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As the kids get out to the bus stop here this morning, numbers are staying in the lower 60s. Upper 80s by noon and lower 90s into the later part of the afternoon. So you'll definitely want to make sure those kids stay hydrated, that you stay hydrated as well. Hank the Bird, good morning. It's National Donut Day. Hank. Oh, he's not awake. It's too early. It's too early. He's not awake. All right. We'll come back and check on Hank in a little bit, see if he's good to go, and your bird is the wordcast. Look at these numbers, guys. We're talking about lower 90s, not lower 80s, but lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore County for your highs this afternoon. The record for the day officially is 96 degrees. Now, I feel like that's safe, but some of the weather models want to go ahead and kick that up to that 95-degree mark. We're going to go with lower 90s across the board. Either way, it is going to feel hot outside, not only here across the bay into the eastern shore, all of us getting in on those upper 80s and lower 90s for today. Now, here's what's going on in the next 6 to 10 days. This is from the Climate Prediction Center. We're going to go from well above average to below average. All of us here in that blue, it's not going to be cold, but we're talking about a good chance of seeing some below average numbers as we get through the middle of June. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. 93 today, about 10 degrees cooler tomorrow with a few showers around, and only upper 70s on Sunday. And then we're right back to the lower 80s as we get into the early part of next week. All right, let's get a check of our mass transit with Mark Jones. Your favorite donut, Mark, what do you like?
Boston cream or honey dip.
Ooh,
either one.
I like both of those.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the My Train system, you'll find train 613 on the Penn line, 10409 and 10610, all canceled this morning. And we've got train 841 running about 20 minutes late, and Penn train 505 with a 5 to 10 minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. Looking good from end to end, and Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Recreational marijuana will soon become legal in Maryland. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how dispensaries are preparing for the surge in business.
There's a new way to fight crime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to tell you about the citation docket and why our city state's attorney thinks it could improve your quality of life. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Here is a look at some of the stories trending around the state today.
Now in Baltimore, a man is pleading guilty to spending COVID loan money on luxury items, including a $76,000 Mercedes-Benz, a fully furnished luxury apartment right near Camden Yards, and $30,000 in cash that he stashed inside his bedroom heater. According to prosecutors, 63-year-old Lawrence Walker illegally receiving more than $200,000 through the PPP, or Paycheck Protection Program. They say Walker and his co-conspirator obtained a loan for payroll help for a company that had no employees. He's facing up to 20 years in prison.
In Anne Arundel County, new video from a string of thefts at gas stations. Police say the man seen here and others have been seen stealing items from cars while drivers are busy pumping gas. The theft seen in the video here happening in just 10 seconds. It's happened 5 times at different gas stations in Laurel and Hanover this month. Police are reminding drivers to lock your car or hold onto your valuables even when you're just filling up. Still ahead on the early edition, it's going to be a hot day today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how long it sticks around.
Plus, it's a big day ahead for the U.S. economy. The new report's dropping later this morning, just ahead from the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, June 2nd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's going to be a hot Friday, too.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers got some details for us.
Cake or raised? What do you guys like?
Say that.
Cake. Cake.
Cake?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Cake or raised?
Yeah, raised is like a glazed donut that's
thing.
kind of puffy, and then cake is like,
I didn't know that's what they were called.
Yeah, cake or raised.
I guess raised.
Raised? Okay. And you say cake, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a cake guy, too. Yeah. You can tell.
I think I need a taste test.
All right. Let's get some donuts in here. It's National Donut Day, everybody. First Friday in June, and that is where we are. It is going to be hot later today, so right now we'll take a look outside here, and you can see from the Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam that morning glow. Sun coming up in just a little bit. It's a little hazy out there. We actually have a code orange air quality alert in effect for this afternoon with some of that haze and still some of that wildfire smoke that's sticking around. We're not going to get a good summer breeze like Seals and Croft said. So overall, our temperatures in the low 50s and 60s right now. now in Baltimore City. So out for your morning drive, upper 50s and low to mid 60s. Overall for your morning, not too bad. It's going to heat up, though, and we could be making a run at some record highs this afternoon. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few. Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fox 45 News is following 3 big stories for you here at 5 o'clock.
A big day ahead for the United States economy following the anticipated debt bill. The report set to drop later this morning.
Plus, new efforts from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to address quality of life crimes, the tool he says will not drive up incarceration.
And we're looking ahead to July 1st when recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance.
We actually expect Maryland to be kind of a cannabis destination, a draw.
Adults 21 and up will soon legally be able to buy cannabis in Maryland, and dispensaries across the state are preparing for a surge in business. Olivia Dance joining us live now with how dispensaries are preparing. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, Remedy Maryland has several dispensaries across the state, including 2 here in the Baltimore region. Now, their location in Columbia sees about $1 million in revenue every month from medical marijuana. But on July 1st, when recreational marijuana becomes legal, they're expecting a huge increase in business and possibly selling out.
It's like being a liquor store or being a restaurant and like possibly running out of food in the middle of the day. It's something you have to just kind of plan for and keep your fingers crossed.
Now, that was Mitch Trellis from Remedy Maryland, who says their store in Columbia sees about 300 to 800 medical patients every day. But in a few weeks with recreational customers, that could skyrocket from around 1,000 to 3,000 a day. He says an eighth of an ounce of cannabis will run customers anywhere from $30 to $60. And customers can expect a 9% sales tax increase on cannabis products, the same sales tax for alcohol in Maryland, which Trellis says is a smart move.
If our goal is truly to end the black market, then the answer is to have a cheap sales tax, because the black market has no sales tax.
Again, recreational cannabis becomes legal on July 1st, so we're less than a month away. Back to you.
Olivia, since the dispensary is expecting a huge increase in business, what are some of the ways they're preparing for it?
Yeah, Megan, so besides just stocking up on products, they say staffing will likely double, and they're also getting more cash registers. But you have to keep in mind that Maryland is surrounded by several states that haven't legalized recreational marijuana yet, so they are expecting a lot of customers to come from out of town as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, while many are excited for the legalization of the state's marijuana laws, they're creating a nightmare scenario for small business owners who are selling hemp. The state's framework caps the level of THC allowed to be sold in hemp products at a rate that will make many items which are legal now illegal to sell without a marijuana license come July 1st. While hemp sellers could apply for a license to sell the cannabis, there's no guarantee they will get one. And in the meantime, they are telling us that they'll suffer devastating losses.
Talks about, no one being left behind, but like we're totally being left behind.
Everything that we've built over the last almost 5 years is about to be stripped from me in 60 days.
Lawmakers say the restrictions were written on purpose and that they had concerns about a lack of regulation on hemp. The business owners say they have been asking for regulation and want new testing and packaging standards for their products, but want them to be implemented without the law effectively ending their businesses.
Another top issue is what will Baltimore City leaders do with the money they get from marijuana sales? The City Council is laying out a plan to give millions of dollars in taxes and fees back to local jurisdictions. That money will go towards investments in communities the city determines were disproportionately harmed by cannabis enforcement over the past 20 years.
Now to a city in crisis, a new tool to fight crime in Baltimore, and it's called the citation docket. State's Attorney Ivan Bates says it will address quality of life crimes without driving up incarceration. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at the new way he's fighting crime. Shannon.
Well, Bates says this is all about accountability, Tom, something that people here in Baltimore have been asking for some time. Well, now he's doing it.
At the end of the day, the citizens have demanded that we do something, and individuals have to make a decision. I'm not here, and we're not here, and not in this position to coddle individuals, but we're trying to get them help. If they don't want help, they will be prosecuted.
So how the citation docket will work, for adults 18 years and older, citations will cover a multitude of low-level offenses, including several dirt bike charges, aggressive panhandling, and more. A citation will lead to an initial court date, and when arraigned, those eligible will be offered the opportunity to complete community service and receive wraparound services like drug and mental health treatment. If they don't accept, the state will proceed with the case as normal. So Bates says that this should both improve the quality of life of residents here in Baltimore and also ensure that those who are breaking the law are seeing those consequences. So we know that these citations will start to be handed out come June 12th, and the first docket, Tom and Megan, will be on July 17th.
Shannon, how does this differ from what we saw under former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby?
Well, it is a stark contrast, Megan. In fact, you'll remember under former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, she stopped prosecuting what she deemed as low-level crimes back in March of 2021. And we did hear from Police Commissioner Michael Harrison a little bit on that yesterday. He talked about how low-level crimes have been a problem for them. And so officers are now having to be trained to do something they haven't been doing for some time now. He says that's been a source of frustration for them. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, early edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Scrambling for staff at Baltimore's Youth Connection Centers. The efforts to find volunteers before the youth curfew picks back up.
Plus, Baltimore City Public School leadership in the hot seat again. A look at their budget hearing as the system faces more controversy.
Plus, it's going to feel like summer today. Our Weather Authority team is tracking temperatures in the 90s. It is 5:38 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
In just a few hours, major economic indicators set to drop.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with what economists are expecting from the latest jobs report and the impact this could have on inflation.
Well, that's right, guys. Stock futures right now all trading up. The Dow Jones, NASDAQ, S&P 500, notably because of a positive jobs report that is possibly in the forecast and the passage of the debt ceiling deal. Economists are forecasting this report's going to show that the U.S. economy added 192,000 jobs in May. That would be a slowdown, though, from the 253,000 jobs added in April and would signal the smallest gain since December of 2020. The job count has beaten consensus estimates 13 out of 16 times since January of last year. A sign economists say the jobs market has been nothing if not resilient in the wake of federal interest hikes. However, a separate report from payroll processor ADP also finds wage growth for workers is slowing down. Take a look here. ZipRecruiter is the latest tech company to announce cuts. The job posting site said it's going to let go 270 workers, or about 20% of its team. The company CEO is also set to take a 30% pay cut. Other sectors seeing declines just last month include manufacturing, financial services, education, and health services. Now, the unemployment rate in May was expected to nudge higher than 3.5%, which would still be near the lowest level since 1969. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. If you're a fan of the Killer Queen, it doesn't get any better than this. Still had the iconic items being auctioned off by rock legend Freddie Mercury.
And give a man a fish and you'll feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and that might not be all he finds. Stick around to see what one fisherman was shocked to reel in. It is 5:42 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. Making headlines this morning for fans of Freddie Mercury. This is as good as it gets.
About 1,500 items that belong to the front man for Queen will be auctioned off over 3 days in September.
They include costumes, fine art, and even handwritten working lyrics. Now that'd be cool. For We Are the Champions and Killer Queen, Mercury had said that he wanted to live a Victorian life surrounded by exquisite clutter, and he left it all to his close friend, Mary Austin. Austin said she had reached the difficult decision that it was time to sell it all. The extensive collection will be exhibited in New York, Los Angeles, and Hong Kong during a tour this month.
Well, take a look at this. Fisherman reels in a car more than a dozen feet below the surface in a lake in Kansas. Fisherman was just fishing for this past Memorial Day weekend when he used some of the high-tech sonar gear to spot some crappies there. On the live scope, though, he spotted the fish swimming around a car. So he finished up his day of fishing and contacted the authorities to dredge out the vehicle. With the help of the Monzi's gear, the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office removed the Jeep from the lake. So it was a Jeep. Look at that old Jeep right there. No word on where that Jeep came from or how long it was submerged or if anybody's fessing up to dumping a Jeep in the lake. Kind of, come on.
It looks like it's been there a minute.
Yeah.
Well, check this out. A land spout spotted in Harriman, Utah. The large phenomena was caught on video with a funnel stretching high into the sky. These are always incredible to see. Multiple people taking videos of this spout, with some guessing it was a fire or even a tornado at first. Experts say a land spout is similar to a water spout, but it occurs over land and it is not associated with a thunderstorm. Very interesting.
Taking a live look across Maryland this morning, and look at this. It's going to be a hot end to your work week. 13 Baltimore City schools without air conditioning will be dismissing early today due to the high temperatures. Schools are listed on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers to this conversation. And is it going to feel that way? Sometimes the temperatures are high, but the feel is different.
Yeah, it's going to feel hot today, too. And the thing is, too, guys, also air quality. We have to worry about that. Code orange air quality alert for sensitive groups, young, older, and people who have problems breathing, asthma and things like that. It's all that smoke and that wildfires that are happening in
Nova Scotia.
Yeah, right? Nova Scotia as well. So did I not set up my... Okay, I apologize. Let me just get my stuff together here. I don't know why that weather map is there. So clearly I am a little off. But you probably know that already if you've watched the show. All right, here's our Towson camera. Good morning to you. Yeah, this is kind of some of that haze that we're seeing out there at this time. You can see the sun right there in the bottom left corner of your screen from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Our temperatures officially right at 60 in Towson. No wind to speak of. So we're not going to get any wind today, really, to kind of move some of that haze out and to kind of clear out the air either. Hopefully, if we get some rain tomorrow, that will help things. But on your Rise and Shine cast, as you grab some coffee and hopefully a donut on National Donut Day. I used to like rainbow sprinkled, but the cinnamon crumb ones are kind of my favorite now. They have this one called Butternut Crunch at Dunkin' Donuts, and I can never find it. I go to Dunkin's all over the region, and I can never find the Butternut Crunch. And then there's this other coconut one, which is a sad second place donut, but I will eat that at times. Low to mid 60s here, that 7 to 8 o'clock hour. The sun is now up. 8:28 is when that sun will be up until tonight, I should say. 66 by 8 a.m. And look at these numbers. By noon, we're already going to be in the mid to upper 80s. The average for this time of year is 80 degrees. And we're going to see those temperatures slide into the lower 90s for most of us later today. The record high for BWI is actually 96 degrees. So we should stay out of record territory, but we're going to try to make a run at it. A lot of folks are going to see those lower 90s for Columbia and Baltimore up into Cockeysville. 91 Chestertown to the Eastern Shore getting in on some of that heat. Mid 80s for Annapolis across the Bay Bridge over to Stevensville. And temperatures nationwide. If you're traveling today, you can see a lot of those warm numbers here for Charlotte down through Nashville into Atlanta. 91 in Dallas today. 76 in Chicago. You can see a little cooler there, but 90 in Minneapolis, St. Paul. So that's what we're seeing with not only us, but a lot of folks around the country dealing with some of those hotter temperatures. All right, so here's our future scan. We're dry today. You're going to see some of those towering cumulus clouds, especially in northeast Maryland later this afternoon and evening time. Maybe even a stray shower working through late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover. The cooler air is going to come in, and then we'll see that chance for a couple of showers. But a lot of these models have been picking up on a drier solution, so not seeing a lot in the way of actual heavy rainfall. Again, a couple of scattered showers, maybe a thunderstorm or two. We start out cloudy on Sunday morning, but we'll clear it out nicely by Sunday afternoon. And look at the temperature difference too. Lower 90s today to the upper 70s on Sunday to wrap up the weekend, and then we'll get back into those lower 80s as we get toward the middle of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. And we do have one incident to report just north of the Tidings Bridge. You can see that's a semi that went into a guardrail there. So as soon as you cross over the Tidings Bridge, northbound 95, that's on the right-hand side, causing some people to tap the brakes, but really no slowdowns. Other than that, everyone seems to be moving along just fine and in the green around the Baltimore region. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Mark, and we've been talking about donuts all morning long. We heard about Boston cream. That's my son's favorite.
Yeah, Boston cream is the kicker. It's good. I love that. And honey dip, too. Yeah, you got me hungry now. I'm going to have to go get some donuts.
All right.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system, 613, 409, and 610 all on the Penn line. Canceled this morning. And we've got train 407 with a 5-minute delay and 554 on the Penn line, running 20 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. Light Rail Link with a 20-minute delay out there in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Enjoy that donut. Still ahead this morning, authorities may be closing in on a robber who is on the run. What he left on a note demanding cash from a teller.
Plus, the second weekend of Monzi's youth curfew in Baltimore begins tonight. Why critics argue the plan is not working. 5:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Fifteen-year-old Caden Holland, known as Baby K, is being held without bond in Prince George's County. He is facing charges after police say he tried to kill a student on a school bus back on May 1st. Prosecutors say that he is a flight risk because he was on the run for nearly a month. But Holland's lawyer argued the teen should be allowed bond because he was on his way to the law office to prepare to turn himself in when he was arrested.
I think that what Baby K represents is really a culmination of a lot of failures across the system. And the system, I'm not talking about the justice system, but I'm talking about family, I'm talking about community, I'm talking about education.
Holland will be held in a county jail rather than a juvenile facility because he is charged as an adult in Prince George's County. He is still awaiting charges for the murder of a woman in Northeast D.C. In that case, D.C.'s code prevents him from being charged as an adult. Our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has asked D.C.'s council chair if he's looking at changing that law. We're still waiting for a response.
Those voices are not the only ones that we are hearing criticizing Maryland's juvenile justice law. The deputy chief of the juvenile division in Baltimore City State's attorney's office is as well.
That's right. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has the exclusive interview.
Pamela Chung says after the Juvenile Restoration Act became law, it really limits what prosecutors can do when it comes to juvenile offenders. That, paired with the Department of Juvenile Services struggling to provide adequate programming, she says communities could be at risk. What has that been like?
It's been like a roller coaster.
Working in the city state's attorney's office for more than 20 years, Pamela Chung has spent 16 of them in the juvenile division. The Juvenile Restoration Act was passed in Annapolis in 2021, sparking several changes in how juvenile crime is now handled in Maryland.
There's a lot about the new law that rolled out that we weren't happy about. It really did change the landscape and how we can prosecute cases.
Kids 13 and under can be charged with many crimes. Probation is different. Questioning is handled more delicately now. And Chung says the Department of Juvenile Services has much more control over what happens with young offenders.
That does greatly, I guess you could say, binds us in terms of what types of cases we can prosecute.
How so?
The Department of Juvenile Services really is a gatekeeper with regards to cases. To have an agency like the Department of Juvenile Services basically making the decision of whether or not the case should be charged or not, it is frustrating.
Once DJS gets the case and refers a juvenile for services, Chung says those services aren't always enough.
If you are being supervised in the community, the department only has 3 programs. Those 3 programs are offered to every youth that comes through the Department of Juvenile Services. So you could be a first-time offender and you could be a repeat offender, but you're receiving the same services.
In your experience with almost 20 years in this world, is that how it should be done?
No.
Outlining a 3-pronged approach to juvenile sentences, she says public safety is the prosecutor's top priority. Then it's rehabilitative services, followed by accountability.
We're moving more towards less accountability, and with rehabilitation, it's about services, right? And so when we're lacking in services, really, how are you rehabilitating anyone?
Fox 45 News previously reporting on the inadequate services provided within DJS outlined in this 2022 annual report. Secretary Schiraldi, thank you so much. In an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, new DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi admitting his agency has work to do.
I think we need to do better in terms of programming. We don't work as well as we could with law enforcement, and I think that's an area we need to improve on, and that's going to be one of my biggest priorities.
Back in Baltimore, Chung says the services that are available to young offenders have a lengthy wait list.
You have a youth who is in need of immediate assistance, and they don't get the services for months down the road.
Do you think it's important for lawmakers to understand that difference and that distinction between the various levels of offenses that these kids are committing?
Absolutely. I don't think a lot of people understand how the juvenile system actually works.
What do lawmakers need to do?
Quite frankly, to be honest with you, we need to get rid of the Juvenile Justice Reform Act. It's kind of an uphill battle for us because we are fighting our way, trying to ensure public safety, but when the rehabilitative part and the accountability part aren't being met, public safety is at risk.
Any changes to the law would have to wait for lawmakers to go back to Annapolis in January. Governor Wes Moore could take executive action, or a special session could be called. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed.
Breaking overnight, the default deferred for now. Reaction pouring in from Washington with a debt limit compromise heading straight to the president's desk.
Baltimore's youth curfew goes into effect again this weekend. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's having trouble enforcing it.
We're keeping an eye on your tax dollars as the city's budget hearings continue. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at what we're learning after Baltimore City Schools takes the hot seat.
3-letter word for our forecast today, HOT. That's right. We're talking about numbers that are going to be well above average. We'll take a closer look at those numbers coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6 o'clock on this Friday morning, June 2nd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We are expecting our first 90-degree day of the year. And as a result, Baltimore City schools are already bracing for that heat. The school system announcing early dismissal at schools without AC. You can find that full list by going to foxbaltimore.com.
We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's joining us right now because of the heat, and it can get dangerous, though. We're talking low 90s, but it's just the intense heat.
Well, and that's the thing, too, guys. I mean, we had most of the week was below average or near average, and then 87 yesterday. You kind of got a little preview, and then today we're going to just kind of crank up that heat another, I'd say 4 or 5, maybe even 6 degrees warmer than yesterday. So this is the time to do stuff outdoors as that sun is now up and shining. A little hazy, however, so we still have to deal with some of that smoke from the Nova Scotia wildfires in our area. We're not going to get much wind to kind of blow this smoke out of here. So a hot afternoon ahead. We will be cooler as early as tomorrow. So this is not a heat wave by any stretch of the imagination. Numbers here in your jogging cast in the low to mid 60s. So get out and get that exercise this morning before the heat of the day this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that and exactly what we can expect in terms of any rain on the way for the weekend. That's coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Breaking this morning, the debt limit compromise now heading to the president's desk.
Yeah, senators passing that bill late last night, but now time continues to tick.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with where things stand. Taylor.
That's right, guys. A live look now at the nation's capital, where senators worked well into the night, finally reaching an agreement on the country's debt ceiling. With just days to spare until the nation's financial debt default deadline, the Senate approved a compromise to raise the ceiling until 2025. The bill passed with bipartisan support, 63 to 36 vote. The measure cuts some leftover COVID relief funds, increases work requirements for some food stamp recipients, and places a cap on non-defense spending. Not everybody loved this deal, but they got it done.
Is it a home run? No. It's maybe a single, maybe a double, but I don't think anyone expected that Kevin McCarthy could deliver any base runners at all, and he has.
Of course, nobody got everything they wanted. There was give on both sides, but this agreement was a very good outcome.
And Senator McCarthy tweeting this: Leaders Schumer and McConnell committed to pass all 12 appropriation bills on time this year for the first time since 2005, under the pressure of an auto spending cut I included in the debt limit agreement. Now, lawmakers on both sides have their issues with this plan. Now, several Republicans voiced concerns about the 3% increase on defense spending. That is lower than the current inflation rate. Some Democrats voting no because of the bill's discretionary spending caps and tougher work requirements for federal aid. Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Happening today, the second weekend of the youth curfew in Baltimore.
Now, Fox 45 News is learning the city is lacking staff to enforce the citywide youth curfew, despite the mayor saying first weekend was a success.
That curfew for Monzi went into effect on Memorial Day weekend as part of an effort to reduce violence among teenagers.
And Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at those concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right, Megan and Tom. The city is looking for staff to enforce the Monzi curfew in 3 main areas, including right here at Rash Field, which is in Federal Hill. Now, this is where teens are expected to gather tonight, as well as in Fells Point and the Inner Harbor. The curfew goes into effect on weekends from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for children 13 and under, and 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for ages 14 through 16. According to the plan, social workers will engage youth with help from city partners to limit unnecessary interactions with police. And despite Mayor Scott calling the curfew a complete success, Fox 45 News has obtained an email sent to city employees saying the administration is challenged in finding adults to monitor the minors. The immediate goal is to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. And the city wants at least 9 employees each weekend to be assigned. Euripsy Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement thinks asking volunteers to engage with youth is troublesome.
Well, I can tell you that the attorney in me is cringing. You're dealing with young people. There's no indication that these are volunteers. He's asking for volunteers. Is there going to be some sort of a background check system? You can't send people in there blindly to do what? Just be hall monitors?
And city employees would be asked to let the teens know the curfew is in effect and also ask if they need help contacting a parent or guardian for pickup. Now, employees' compensation includes comp time or overtime. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Also happening today, budget hearings at City Hall continue.
Today, City Council will hear from the Comptroller's office, and then next week, council members will review key public safety budgets, including Baltimore Police and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Now, these hearings come after a long night in City Hall last night, with the City Council focusing on the city's public school system.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from Harbor East to break this all down for us. Shannon.
Yeah, we're learning, Megan and Tom, that half of all Baltimore City school students are chronically absent. That's something that school administrators confirmed last night. And this is all coming as the school system is expected to get an infusion of new funds to fund that Kerwin plan. But it's what happens after the plan that has some concern.
My concern is about the continuity of funds and the continuity of programming that we will obviously face once this implementation plan ends.
Part of what I'm charged to do, and frankly what the Board of Commissioners is charged to do, is to be able to project out, right, what that funding looks like, so that, you know, we're not leaving subsequent generations with the cliff.
Remember, in total, Baltimore City will be spending more than $404 million on city schools. That's $79.4 million more than anticipated to fund the Kerwin plan. The state of Maryland in total will contribute $1 billion to Baltimore City schools. So at last night's budget hearing, school officials had a lot of plans for that $1.5 billion in funding. The additional funds will allow the district to hire almost 500 new full staff positions. Meanwhile, administrators were questioned about the absentee record, and City Councilman Christopher Burnett raised alarms about what he calls a woefully inadequate response to the shootings of 5 Edmondson High School students earlier this year, when those students left campus across the street.
We got a lot of feedback from families. So it wasn't just like our opinion about what the response was, but we did talk to students and staff and family members who felt like the response wasn't as robust as the severity of what occurred.
He says the school needed a far better response in meeting with those students and their parents. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Our coverage continues this morning over the newly passed debt ceiling deal. We take a closer look at the impacts we can see on the economy today.
And we are now under a month away from the start of recreational cannabis sales. The steps businesses are taking now to make sure they're ready for the influx.
This is the time to get your stuff done outdoors. Get those plants and yards watered before the heat of the day cranks up. We'll talk about just how high these numbers go coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. 6:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast here for your Friday morning. As we look outside right now, sun is up. It feels nice right now, but it is really going to heat up later this afternoon. So as you get out and about on your yard and gardening tasks, get the lawns and gardens watered. We haven't had measurable rain basically since Preakness Day, which was back on May 20th. So we're having a very dry spell here, and that's going to continue. We may get some showers, possible thunderstorm tomorrow, but look at the next 3 days. 93 today, 83 tomorrow, upper 70s on Sunday. So that's how the temperature trend is looking. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
A new study by Rosenfeld Injury Lawyers in Chicago has collected the top 5 most Googled injuries in Maryland.
So taking the top spot, carpal tunnel syndrome. It's the wrist injury that you might have searched if you spent a lot of time working on a computer. Makes sense. Next up, shin splints, followed by bursitis. It's a type of joint pain, a muscle strain. And then the 5th most searched injury is concussion.
A Baltimore boxer taken into custody, still ahead what he's accused of violating and how long he'll be in jail.
Is it a home run? No. It's maybe a single.
And the threat of the U.S. facing its first ever default is gone, but no one seems to be happy. Next, the big concerns about the deal coming from both sides of the aisle. It's 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Of course, nobody got everything they wanted. There was give on both sides, but this agreement was a very good outcome.
Just hours ago, the Senate overwhelmingly passing a debt ceiling bill in a vote of 63 to 36. President Biden now has until Monday to sign it before the government is set to run out of money. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in on all that has been happening. Armstrong, Democrats aren't happy, Republicans aren't happy. Does that mean that this is a good deal?
Well, Megan, fundamentally, we can't default on our debt. It would affect us all, whether it's your 401k, whether it's your retirement, whether it's Social Security. You're going to be affected by it. So you just cannot let that happen. And I think this work requirement on this Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is known as SNAP, and other food benefits are a positive thing, though some feels the bill may not do enough to curtail government spending. I mean, listen, we're $32 trillion in debt, and it's frightening to think about where we're headed unless we get this under control. I think what some people wanted to see in this compromise bill was more fiscal responsibility, getting our spending under control. But guess what? This Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, it is at near levels with just a 1% bump and higher in 2025. And so they are going to cap spending. And I think some of these cost savings measures will have an impact. And you're right. Nobody is happy. Biden gave credit to Kevin McCarthy. McCarthy gave credit to the president. And I think
Armstrong, I want to talk to you about that because we're seeing negotiation, which I think Americans have not seen in a while. You know, Republicans wanted to see more cuts. Democrats weren't happy about the pipeline. But this was still an overwhelming majority coming together to pass this. We mentioned it had to be done. But still, does that offer some hope that maybe we can be reaching across the aisle?
I think they're listening to what's going on in the great divide in this country and realize that their rhetoric, their actions are contributing to it. They realize that people look to them for leadership, not divisiveness. And I think it's wonderful that McCarthy, even though Biden said, let's not forget what he said, he would never negotiate with ours. He would never compromise. There would be no debt ceiling. And if we were to compromise, it would destabilize the markets. He gave into this fear mongering, and all of a sudden, Biden lowered the flames of the fire and said, look, let's sit down as adults and have this conversation and work this out. They did.
It's interesting because is that part of the negotiation process? You go strong on your far side and then hope to get somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, but you know what, Megan, it's really insane that every 2 years we face this monstrosity where it seems as though the government is going to default on its debt. People are fearing foreign markets are up in the air. This is why our dollar continues to suffer, because our dollar is the world currency. It brings about an unnecessary instability, and there's a price that will be paid, even though now that the debt ceiling is no longer an issue. There are hidden consequences that we'll see later in this economy and with our foreign interests.
Very interesting, and the cost of the American dollar certainly of concern. Armstrong, thank you for weighing in.
Thank you, Megan.
6:18 is the time on this Friday morning, and earlier he was doing a little dance because I guess he's so excited about the weather.
I've seen Justin kick, but I mean that foot came, I mean, to your nose.
Yeah,
it was something. That was a good way to get started.
The whole thing is, guys, I mean, that's usually reserved for Leg Kick Tuesday,
right?
You know, and I just decided to do a Friday dance.
You're feeling it.
It's a Friday dance. It's I'm feeling it. Feeling the heat, too, by the way.
Aggressive Friday dance.
What's that?
It was an aggressive Friday dance.
It was a little aggressive, yeah. And the great philosopher and rapper Nelly said it's getting hot in here. So that's what we're going to be dealing with for today. There it is. Big ball of energy right there. Our great sun, and looking out from our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as you get your sons and daughters off to school today. Well, not too bad this morning. Lower 60s here, but upper 80s for noontime and recess, and lower 90s at the bus stop later this afternoon. Couple of weeks left, and we're all going to be in summer break, as I know some are already enjoying that summer break. Maybe playing some golf today. Lower 70s this morning, but let me tell you, golfers, upper 80s through noon. You got to make sure to start thinking about being hydrated outside, especially when temperatures slide into the lower 90s. We're not going to see the temperatures stay like this. In fact, today is going to be the hottest day of the year so far. We haven't had 90s. You got to go all the way back to September of last year before we had our last 90-degree day. So 91 the Hereford zone, 92 in Reisterstown, 93 in Baltimore City, lower 90s for you in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. We'll keep those 90s going for Bel Air and Aberdeen up in Harford County, and even more lower 90s in the Northeast and Elkton for this afternoon. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker, and this is what I was talking about. We'll be about 10 degrees cooler tomorrow, with more cloud cover, a few showers as well. And then we're going to drop to the upper 70s on Sunday. This is the good news for next week. We're talking about lower humidity and temperatures near average. So it's going to feel very nice next week, considering how hot and kind of hazy it will be today. Here's a look at the car wash cast. Now, I was talking to my wife yesterday. I said, we really got to clean our car up. And I was like, nah, it's probably going to rain on Saturday. But I was like, I probably should wash my car so that it will rain on Saturday, because we have been deficient in terms of rainfall. I have a yellow light tomorrow only because we're tracking at least a few showers rolling through on Saturday. And this is what I was talking about with our future scan. We may get a stray shower or two late tonight with some of that moisture building in. Really tomorrow, as that area of low pressure and cloud cover comes in, you can see there's not a lot in terms of those green blobs that we're tracking. So a few scattered showers here and there, maybe a stray thunderstorm. We start cloudy on Sunday morning, but by Sunday afternoon, you're going to have a very nice day with temperatures that will be cooler and more sunshine. Look at sweet Vinny right there, who is sleeping this morning. That's Donna from Essex, 13-year-old cat, Vinny. So happy birthday, I guess, this year, Vinny. I don't know when Vinny's birthday is, actually. But Donna, thank you for sending that picture in of a pet pic, and that's what we should be doing, just kind of hanging out indoors with the AC on and cranked up today. 93 for our high in your 7-day forecast. Lower 80s on Saturday, back to the upper 70s on Sunday, and then, as I mentioned, those lower 80s into the early part of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. Disabled vehicle in the right lane of the northbound Harbor Tunnel lane. In fact, from this map, it doesn't look like it's causing much delays, but when you look at the map from MDOT, though, it is backed up the entire northbound through the Harbor Tunnel because of one lane blocking one of the tubes there. So just make sure you give yourself some extra time if you're on 895 heading northbound. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 409 and Penn Train 610 canceled this morning. Train number 845 on the Camden line with a 5-minute delay, and Penn Train 511 running over 40 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll want to allow a little extra time because it's running 20 minutes late from end to end. Metro Subway Link, though, looking good. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel there. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Thieves taking advantage of drivers who just hop out of their car to fill up their tank. Next, we'll give you a closer look at the people who are stealing things out of cars from Anne Arundel County.
And there is a new way to fight crime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to tell you about the citation docket and why our state's attorney thinks it could improve your quality of life. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Here's a look at some of the stories trending around the state today.
Now in Baltimore, a man is pleading guilty to spending COVID loan money on luxury items. And they include $76,000 Mercedes-Benz, fully furnished luxury apartment right near Camden Yards, $30,000 in cash that he stashed inside his bedroom heater. According to prosecutors, 63-year-old Lawrence Walker illegally received more than $200,000 through the PPP, or the Paycheck Protection Program. They say Walker and his co-conspirator obtained a loan for payroll for a company that had no employees. He's facing up to 20 years in prison.
In Anne Arundel County, new video from a string of thefts at gas stations. Police say that the man seen here and others have been seen stealing items from cars while drivers are busy pumping gas. The theft seen in the video here happening in just 10 seconds. It happened 5 times at different gas stations in Laurel and Hanover this month. Police are reminding drivers to lock your car or hold on to your valuables, even when you're just filling up. A new jobs report is set to drop today, and it is expected to look a whole lot different. Still ahead, the big drop we could see later this morning.
Recreational marijuana will soon become legal in Maryland. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how dispensaries are preparing for the surge in business. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, June 2nd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're expecting a hot one today.
Yes, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to give us an update in just a moment, but we are going to see our first 90-degree day of the year, and because of that, Baltimore City schools are already bracing for that heat. The school system announcing early dismissal at schools without AC. The full list is going on foxbaltimore.com.
Let's get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. With a look at this hot day.
Yeah, 93 is the number we're going to go for today, ladies. So above 90 degrees for the first time since September of last year, and our first 90-degree plus day of the year as well, as we mentioned. It's going to be a bit hazy, however. We do have that sun that is up right now. Plenty of sunshine, not a lot of wind. That stagnant air is hanging around, so we do have a code orange air quality alert. That's also something we have to take into account if you're going to be outdoors this afternoon. Mid to upper 50s for Owens Mills and Cockeysville right now, right about 59 in Towson, 62 Dundalk and Brooklyn Park, and 59 in Glen Burnie. So low to mid 60s next few hours, as Mr. Bowe says, we're good to go. Windows open for sure, but you'll definitely need the AC on later today with a high of 93. 8:28 is when that sun's going to be up until tonight. So definitely a lot of daylight hours left. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now, and we are following a disabled vehicle in the Baltimore Harbor Tunnel. It's causing some backups here. You can see it indicated on the map there. This is the northbound side there. Traffic and our live camera there now backing up as well. Try to avoid this if you can. Well, Fox 45 News is following three big stories for you here in our 6:30 half hour. We've got a big day ahead for the United States economy. Following the anticipated debt bill, the report set to drop later this morning. Plus, new efforts from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to address quality of life crimes, the tool he says will not drive up incarceration.
And we're looking ahead to July 1st when recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance.
We actually expect Maryland to be kind of a cannabis destination, a draw.
Adults 21 and up will soon legally be able to buy cannabis in Maryland, and dispensaries across the state are preparing for a surge in business. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with how dispensaries are preparing. Olivia.
Well, Megan, Remedy Maryland has several dispensaries across the state, including 2 here in the Baltimore region. Now, their location in Columbia sees about $1 million in revenue a month from medical marijuana. But on July 1st, when recreational marijuana becomes legal, they're expecting a huge increase in business and possibly selling out.
It's like being a liquor store or being a restaurant and like possibly running out of food in the middle of the day. It's something you have to just kind of plan for and keep your fingers crossed.
That was Mitch Trellis from Remedy Maryland, who says their store in Columbia sees about 300 to 800 medical patients every day. But in a few weeks with recreational customers, that could skyrocket from around 1,000 to 3,000 a day. He says an eighth of an ounce of cannabis will run customers anywhere from $30 to $60, and customers can expect a 9% sales tax increase on cannabis products. That's the same sales tax for alcohol in Maryland, which Trellis says is a smart move.
If our goal is truly to end the black market, then the answer is to have a cheap sales tax, because the black market has no sales tax.
Again, recreational cannabis becomes legal on July 1st, so we're less than a month away. Back to you.
Olivia, the dispensary expecting a huge increase in business. Are they ready for it?
Yeah, Megan, so besides just stocking up on products, their staffing will likely double, and they said they're also getting more cash registers. But you have to keep in mind that Maryland is surrounded by several states that haven't legalized recreational marijuana yet, so they do expect a lot of customers to come from out of town as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Top issue is, what will Baltimore city leaders do with the money they get from marijuana sales? The city council is laying out a plan to give millions of dollars in taxes and fees back to local jurisdictions. The money will go towards investments in communities the city determines were disproportionately harmed by cannabis enforcement over the past 20 years.
Turning now to a city in crisis, there's a new tool to fight crime in Baltimore, and it's called the citation docket. State Attorney Ivan Bates says it will address quality of life crimes without driving up incarceration. Shana Lilly joins us live with a look at the new way to fight crime in our city.
Well, Bates says, Taylor, that this is all about accountability, something that residents here in Baltimore have been asking for some time. Well, now he's doing it.
At the end of the day, the citizens have demanded that we do something, and, individuals have to make a decision. I'm not here, and we're not here, and not in this position to coddle individuals, but we're trying to get them help. If they don't want help, they will be prosecuted.
Yeah, how this citation docket will work. For adults 18 years and older, citations will cover a multitude of low-level offenses, including several dirt bike charges, aggressive panhandling, and more. Now, a citation will lead to an initial court date, and when arraigned, those eligible will be offered the opportunity to complete community service or receive wraparound services like drug and mental health treatment. But if they don't accept, the state will proceed with the case as normal. So Bates says that this will both improve the quality of life for people right here in Baltimore, but he also says it's going to hold those who are breaking the law accountable and make sure that they do have consequences. We know these citations will start to be handed out on June 12th, and the first docket, Taylor, is on July 17th.
Okay, Shannon, how does this differ from what we saw under former City Attorney Marilyn Mosby?
Well, it is a stark contrast, Taylor. In fact, you'll remember back in March of 2021, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby stopped prosecuting what she deemed as low-level crimes. And that is something that Police Commissioner Michael Harrison mentioned a little bit yesterday. He talked about how low-level crimes have been a problem for police, and so now they are being trained on doing something that they haven't been doing for quite some time. He says that's been a source of frustration. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to hear from you. Do you believe prosecuting low-level crimes will lower violent crime in the city? So far, 95% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
You can't send people in there blindly to do what? Just be hall monitors?
The second weekend of the curfew is set to begin tonight, but enforcing it may be an issue. Still ahead, the issues when it comes to staffing.
I'm Atrell Nashar outside of Costco in Arlington, Virginia, with a look at how shoppers are finding new ways to avoid the burn of high prices this summer.
And it's feeling a lot like summer, and with it comes the rain. When we could see that next weather maker. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
June is here, so is it summer yet? Kinda. There are summer types. Theron Zahn explains.
Well, meteorological summer has to deal with the temperature cycles throughout the seasons, whereas astronomical summer deals with the Earth's distance from the sun. So when it starts to get warm out, you can tell we're getting into meteorological summer. If you're waiting for astronomical summer, that doesn't come until June 21st.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
In just a few hours, a major economic indicator set to drop, the latest jobs report. Now, stock futures are all trending upward. The Dow Jones, NASDAQ, S&P, all looking good, likely because of the passage of the debt ceiling deal. But economists are forecasting the report will show that the economy added 192,000 jobs in May. That would be a slowdown, however, from the 253,000 jobs that were added in April. It would also signal the smallest gain since 2020. The jobs count has beaten consensus estimates 13 out of 16 the last time since January of 2022. Assigned economists say the job market has been nothing if not resilient in the wake of federal interest hikes. However, a separate report from payroll processor ADP finds wage growth is slowing for workers. ZipRecruiter, now the latest tech company to announce cuts, and the job posting site says it's going to let go 270 workers, or about 20% of their team. The company's CEO also taking a 30% pay cut. Other sectors seeing notable declines last month: manufacturing, financial services, education, and health services. The unemployment rate in May was expected to nudge higher than 3.5%, which would still be near the lowest level since 1969.
Still ahead on Fox 45 Morning News, a big budget for city schools. The worries now coming from city council members about how that money could address chronic absenteeism. And concerns about legal cannabis are rising, especially when it comes to high schoolers. The issues that parents and teachers could see in the new school year. It is 6:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your morning rush, champion boxer Gervonta Tank Davis from Baltimore, well, he's in jail downtown after an apparent violation of his home detention. It all stems from a hit-and-run crash in 2020 that injured 4 people, including a pregnant woman. Less than a month ago, Davis was sentenced to 3 months of home detention. He's now going to have to serve that time behind bars. Tonight, it's not clear what he did to trigger his full jail sentence. When we find out, though, we'll let you know.
Fox 45 News has learned the city is lacking staff to enforce that citywide youth curfew from Monzi, despite the mayor saying the first weekend of the curfew was a success. The curfew went into effect on Memorial Day weekend as part of an effort to reduce violence among teenagers. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live with what we know about the staffing concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. So the city is looking for staff to enforce the Monzi curfew in 3 main areas, including right here at Rash Field, which is in Federal Hill. This is where teens are expected to gather tonight, as well as in Fells Point and the Inner Harbor. The curfew goes into effect on weekends from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for children 13 and under, and 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for ages 14 through 16. Now, according to the plan, social workers will engage youth with help from city partners to limit unnecessary interactions with police. Despite Mayor Scott calling the curfew a complete success, Fox 45 News has obtained an email sent to city employees saying the administration is challenged in finding adults to monitor the minors. The immediate goal is to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. and the city wants at least 9 employees each weekend to be assigned. Now, coming up in about 15 minutes, find out what the city is asking those employees to do. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News is keeping an eye on your tax dollars as the City Council continues budget hearings.
Baltimore City Schools, the latest entity to lay out plans in front of council. Shannon Lilly joins us now with what we're learning. Shannon.
Well, we're learning, Taylor and Megan, that the additional funds that the school system is receiving through the Kerwin plan is going to help them hire close to 500 new full-time staff positions. We're also, though, learning some troubling news that about half of all Baltimore City school students are chronically absent. That is something that school administrators confirmed in that hearing yesterday evening. It's also something that city council members pressed them on, especially given the recent violence that we have seen happen to Baltimore City school students during school hours when they're supposed to be in the classroom. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to dig into those concerns. Plus, I'll have a closer look at the budget and how it could impact your tax dollars. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. It's time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because it's smoking hot in here. Not yet.
Yeah, not quite yet, ladies. In fact, I just stepped outside myself a moment ago. It's very pleasant this morning. A little hazy still with some of that smoke from the wildfires in Nova Scotia coming all the way down the East Coast and going to be impacting us again today. So we actually have a code orange air quality alert. That means sensitive groups need to limit your time outside. That's elderly, young people, and also people with breathing problems. We want to try to stay indoors. Get that AC going, too, because look at these numbers cranking up. Next 12 hours, Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about, and we're seeing temperatures in the mid-80s by 11 a.m. and into the lower 90s by the time we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So if you do want to jump in the pool today on your splash cast, that UV index in that very high category, we have a high sun angle, and again, temperatures that are heating up very quickly. Upper 70s in the 10 o'clock hour this morning and into those lower 90s for the later part of the afternoon. So just get that sunblock on, be safe, be smart out there, and hydrate. 80 degrees is typically where we are this time of year. We're going to be well above that number across the board. Eastern Shore, Chestertown out through Kent County and Queen Anne's County, right about 86 in Stevensville, 85 in Anne Arundel County for Annapolis, but a lot of lower 90s for Cockeysville and Baltimore, over to Columbia and Laurel, even 92 in Westminster this afternoon. The record for the day is 96 degrees. Feel like that's safe, but some of the models do want to sneak us in to the mid-90s. So we're going to have heat up and down the 95 corridor. You can see that number of 95 in Philadelphia. Lower 70s if you're heading down the ocean. A good day today to do some beach going because it's going to be cooler there. And over the weekend, overall, not too bad. Now, this is a look at our temperature tracker, and we're going to see those numbers drop as early as tomorrow. Only lower 80s on Saturday, even upper 70s to wrap up the weekend Sunday, and then cooler and drier conditions on the way for us next week. Our future scan, it's not looking very impressive. The chance for rain is there. We may see a stray shower or two late tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then we'll get more cloud cover, a few showers, possible thunderstorm passing through tomorrow afternoon. But look where that green blob is. I mean, it just kind of skirted right by the area. So a lot of these weather models also kind of keeping us a bit drier. And if you think it's been a while since we've had rain, you're exactly right. You got to go back to Preakness Day, which was 2 weeks ago yesterday. That's the last time we had measurable rainfall here in the Baltimore region. All right, we're going to stay dry next week, too. As I mentioned, those temperatures in the lower 80s, right near average for this time of year.
All right, Mars could be the internet's next big influencer. The Red Planet is making its live stream debut on YouTube today. The European Space Agency says it's going to stream 1 hour of the first live images directly from Mars. And while they're calling it a live stream, it's not really going to be live from Mars. The ESA estimates it's going to take about 17 minutes for the light needed to form the images to travel from Mars to Earth and another minute to its servers. They hope a new stream will allow images for every 50 seconds. The ESA says it's going to stream that update on YouTube starting at noon today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a virtual trip to space. He's heading to the Space Telescope Science Institute here in Baltimore. You can hear him cheering. Okay. The group runs the James Webb Telescope and the Hubble Space Telescope. They're also planning on a new mission, and we'll share what it is. Become a part of the solution when it comes to stopping crime in Baltimore. Still ahead this morning, the training anybody can get.
And a pedestrian takeover in Baltimore is still ahead this morning. The big streets shutting down to highlight small businesses.
But first, we're going to highlight our need for a pick-me-up.
Yeah, it's time now to take over a coffee break. Happening now, the owners of Pimlico Racecourse are reconsidering plans to shut down off-track betting, according to the Baltimore Banner.
Now, this comes just one day after a report indicating that the track would stop carrying simulcast wagering by the end of June.
In an email sent to employees, First Racing and Gaming CEO Aidan Butler wrote that ownership is reassessing the move. And he says that the move would only happen during the summer months when patrons just aren't betting as much. A final decision has not been made.
Well, if you find yourself changing your spending habits to keep up with inflation, you are not alone.
That's right. A recent Federal Reserve survey finds nearly 2/3 of adults have done the same.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar spoke with some shoppers at a Costco on how they're navigating these high prices.
During this time of high inflation, any deal is a good deal.
Today we had some major things that was like $3 and $4 off.
When it comes to keeping up, cutting back helps too.
It's hard not to notice prices going up.
I think everybody's cutting back a little bit.
Retailers across the country are taking notice, many lowering expectations for sales. Macy's joined the list on Thursday. CEO Jeff Gannett says U.S. consumers are pulling back more than expected.
We got lunch for 3 people for $6. And we were just like literally talking about how that's like amazing because you can hardly get a snack for $6 nowadays.
Costco executives say they're seeing customers switch from beef to less expensive meat like pork or chicken.
I can say that I started back not eating red meat again because it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Seriously.
What do you buy instead?
Chicken. Chicken.
The birds, I say. I get the chicken and turkey. That's pretty much the
options.
Vegan options, yeah.
Mushrooms.
CFO Richard Galanti recently told investors during an earnings call that's something they typically see during recessions. Customers also moving away from brand names and toward Costco's Kirkland products.
Today I was going to buy a certain kind of French wine. I thought I'll buy the Costco version that's half price.
According to the Federal Reserve's latest survey of economic well-being of U.S. households conducted last year and released in May, 73% of adults were doing at least okay financially. That's down 5 points from 2021 and among the lowest levels since 2016. And despite a strong labor market and wage gains, inflation has negatively impacted most households. Would you say over the last year your spending has gone up or your income has gone up?
Spending. Definitely spending.
Retailers worried about a recession or recession-like behavior from customers. But after a roller coaster 3 years for the economy, some shoppers are getting used to rolling with the punches.
My attitude has always been you can't predict this stuff, so just go ahead and live your life, and when it happens, then you got to cut back.
In Arlington, Virginia, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Well, Dollar General is now reporting its customers are cutting back on spending.
Discount store chain slashing its earnings forecast for the year after falling short of Wall Street's estimates. Now, the chain cited growing economic pressures on its core customers. Dollar General says its shoppers are buying more essential items and have cut back on purchases in the clothes and home goods categories.
The company also says that some of its customers are starting to turn towards food banks, as many of its customers may have been caught off guard by reduced tax refunds and federal benefits. As inflation soars, so do mortgage rates.
Now, the average rate on the standard 30-year fixed home loan rose 6.79%. Now, according to weekly data gathered by Freddie Mac.
That's high. It's the highest level since this past fall, when mortgage rates briefly topped 7% for the first time in 2 decades.
Uncertainty over what the Federal Reserve will do at its upcoming policy meeting has driven mortgage rate volatility.
And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is now warning that money in payment apps such as Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal may not be covered by federal deposit insurance.
And that means customers can be at risk of losing their money if the payment apps experience an event similar to recent major bank failures.
The agency says transactions among peer-to-peer payment apps reached about $893 billion last year, and they estimate that it will reach around $1.6 trillion by 2027.
Baltimore's youth curfew goes into effect again this weekend. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's having trouble enforcing it.
We're keeping an eye on your tax dollars as the city's budget hearings continue. Just ahead, what we're learning after Baltimore City Schools takes the hot seat.
And as we sweep away this work week, we're talking about a hot day today and getting into the weekend. Numbers looking good. We'll be up with that forecast on Fox 45 Morning News. You need this?
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, June 2nd. I'm Tom Rogers. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I I think you missed a spot.
Yeah,
Bunch of spots.
that looked a lot better in rehersal. Than the execution was not good.
The idea and thought behind it was great.
I was just like, trying to switch it up a little bit. But yeah, guys, I mean, the week is almost over. The weekend's here. 87 yesterday. We're on our way to highs in the lower 90s today. It's going to be the hottest day of the year so far. You got to go all the way back to September of last year to see our last 90-degree day. I mean, that's, 9 months away from what we saw when we saw those temperatures heating up. So lots of sunshine that's out there right now. A little bit hazy, too. And numbers here in the low to mid-60s for Woodlawn and Baltimore, 57 in Cockeysville, 59 Rosedale. Dundalk, you're already at 66 this hour. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go with numbers in the 60s and even lower 70s taking you through 9 a.m. Topping out today at 93. But look what happens tonight, 70 degrees for an overnight low. It's going to be warm tonight. We do have that chance for a shower, possible thunderstorm tomorrow, but look at that temperature difference, 10 degrees cooler on Saturday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all. Actually, if you're taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, there was a disabled vehicle that was in the tunnel, the Harbor Tunnel there, northbound. That's been cleared, so traffic is moving along fine, no problems there. You have to go all the way up 95. Wait when you cross the Tidings Bridge. There's a semi that broke down right. They have they're actually towing it out now, so they have one lane open here, so 95. So there's a slight slowdown there, and that is again northbound 95 right near Perryville Road. That's all the way up right past the Tidings Bridge.
Breaking this morning, the debt limit compromise now heading to President Biden's desk.
Yes, senators passing that bill late last night, but time is still ticking.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with where things stand. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look now at the nation's capital where lawmakers were working into the night, finally reaching an agreement on the country's debt ceiling. With just days to spare until the nation's financial default deadline, the Senate approved a compromise to raise the debt ceiling until 2025. The bill passed with bipartisan support, 63 to 36 vote. The measure cuts some leftover relief funds from COVID. It increases work requirements for some food stamp recipients, and it places a cap on non-defense spending. Not everybody loved this deal, but they got it done.
Is it a home run? No. It's maybe a single, maybe a double, but I don't think anyone expected that Kevin McCarthy could deliver any base runners at all, and he has.
Of course, nobody got everything they wanted. There was give on both sides, but this agreement was a very good outcome.
Well, take a look at this tweet. Senator McCarthy saying results. Leaders Schumer and McConnell committed to pass all 12 appropriation bills on time this year for the first time since 2005. Under the pressure of an auto spending cut I included in the debt limit agreement. Now, lawmakers on both sides did not have their everything laid out in this plan. There were several Republicans who voiced concerns about the 3% increase in defense spending. That right now is lower than the current inflation rate. Some Democrats voted no because the bill's discretionary spending caps and those tougher work requirements for federal aid.
Well, happening today, the second weekend of Monzi's youth curfew is in effect in Baltimore.
Fox 45 News has learned the city is lacking staff to enforce the citywide youth curfew, despite the mayor saying the first weekend was a success.
Now, the curfew went into effect Memorial Day weekend as part of an effort to try and reduce violence among teens.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at those concerns. Olivia.
That's right. The city is looking for staff to enforce the Monzi curfew in 3 main areas, including right here at Rash Field, which is in Federal Hill. Now, this is where teens are expected to gather tonight, as well as in Fells Point and the Inner Harbor. The curfew goes into effect on weekends from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for children 13 and under, and 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for ages 14 through 16. According to the plan, social workers will engage youth with help from city partners to limit unnecessary interactions with police. And despite Mayor Scott calling the curfew a complete success, Fox 45 News has obtained an email sent to city employees saying the administration is challenged in finding adults to monitor the minors. The immediate goal is to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. And the city wants at least 9 employees each weekend to be assigned. Europe C. Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement thinks asking volunteers to engage with youth is troublesome.
Well, I can tell you that the attorney in me is cringing. You're dealing with young people. There's no indication that, these are volunteers. He's asking for volunteers. Is there going to be some sort of a background check system? You can't send people in there blindly. To do what? Just be hall monitors?
And city employees would be asked to let the teens know the curfew is in effect and also ask them if they need help contacting a parent or guardian for pickup. Now, employees' compensation includes comp time or overtime. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The mayor's office says summer youth engagement strategy as a whole has budgeted a price tag of more than $1 million. Over time, city employees will add to that price tag. Critics say the city is taking the big chance with taxpayer dollars.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
Well, during the first weekend of enforcement, no students were brought to the Youth Connection centers.
Also happening today, budget hearings at City Hall continue. City Council will hear from the Comptroller's office, and then next week, council members will review key public safety budgets, including Baltimore Police and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Now, these hearings come after a long night at City Hall, with City Council focusing on the city's public school system.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from Harbor East to break it all down for us. Shannon.
Yeah, and we're learning, Megan, that half of all Baltimore City school students are chronically absent. That is something that school administrators confirmed to us in last night's hearing. And it all comes as the school system is set to get an infusion of new funds under the Kerwin plan. But it's what happens after that plan that has some concern.
My concern is about the continuity of funds and the continuity of programming that we will obviously face once this implementation plan ends.
Part of what I'm charged to do, and frankly what the Board of Commissioners is charged to do, is to be able to project out, right, what that funding looks like, so that, you know, we're not leaving subsequent generations with the cliff.
Now remember, in total, Baltimore City will be spending more than $404 million on city schools. That's $79.4 million more than anticipated to fund the Kerwin plan. The state of Maryland in total will contribute $1 billion to Baltimore City schools. So at last night's budget hearing, school officials had a lot of plans for that $1.5 billion in funding. The additional funds will allow the district to hire almost 500 new full staff positions. Meanwhile, administrators were questioned about the absentee record, and City Councilman Christopher Burnett raised alarms about what he calls a woefully inadequate response to the shootings of 5 Edmondson High School students earlier this year, when those students left campus across the street.
We got a lot of feedback from families. So it wasn't just like our opinion about what the response was, but we did talk to students and staff and family members who felt like the response wasn't as robust as the severity of what occurred.
He says the school needed a far better response to meeting with those students and their parents. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Baltimore City Schools is already the 4th most funded large school system in the country. It spends more than $21,000 per student. Project Baltimore found the number of employees in the school system making more than $100,000 a year rose 36% from 2019 to 2021. Project Baltimore also found City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises earns a base salary of a little more than $333,000 a year. But given the perks in her contract, she earns just about $445,000 a year.
It's milking taxpayers like dairy cows. We put a premium on those leaders locally that say they're going to educate our children. And so we need to hold, at the end of the day, we need to hold them accountable.
You can find all of our Project Baltimore reporting on the Baltimore City Public School System right there on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, today, nearly 20 Baltimore City Public Schools will be closing early because of hot temperatures and a lack of air conditioning. School system was given money to get air conditioning in all of its schools in 2017. The work was supposed to be done this school year. Well, in August, when the school year started, school officials told Fox 45 News air conditioning projects will continue through the summer.
In a city in crisis, still more questions than answers for a homeowner who says the city accidentally sold her home in a tax sale.
And Celia Crawford spoke with Fox 45 News about how that mix-up has put a strain on her finances, and her house is now at risk.
I had no idea what was going on. It was very traumatizing.
Well, according to Crawford, she took 2 full days off of work to speak with officials at Baltimore's municipal building, who explained the lien on her home was triggered by an overdue lawn mowing bill. However, Crawford doesn't have a lawn.
Now, we brought this story a couple weeks ago. A further investigation revealing while pictures of the grass the city was called out to cut do show Crawford's address on the sign, the backyard is actually part of the vacant house across the street. City Housing Department also deeming Crawford's home abandoned property. One look inside proves there must have been another mistake.
I am really tired of going back and forth and dealing with this stuff. I told them, this wasn't my property. This was an error.
Well, Crawford claims the city would not listen. In order to save her home, it cost her nearly $2,900 in fees, money that she now says the city should return.
David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance argues when someone's home is at risk, the city's response should be immediate.
City officials absolutely botched this. And not only did they botch it, but they really put someone in a really tough financial position. There is no excuse for it to take as long as it has. This is a person's house we're talking about. This is thousands of dollars in fines that she doesn't owe.
Last week, Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office and the housing department about this issue. A spokesperson wrote back saying the situation was being investigated.
However, 2 follow-up emails later, the city now ignoring our questions completely, unwilling to answer how this happened or if and when Crawford will be made whole. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines at this hour. A new tool to address low-level offenses in Baltimore. How the city's fighting crime without prison time.
And we are 1 month away from the legalization of recreational marijuana use and sales in Maryland. Why teachers from other states with similar laws are sounding the alarm over their students' use of the drug. It is 7:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:14, the state of New York legalized marijuana recreationally in 2019. And while some reports show teen usage dropping, teachers say they've seen an increase in students being high while in class. Well, joining us this morning with the potential results we could see next school year right here in Maryland, Associate Director of Communications and Coalitions for the American Federation for Children, Rebecca Bidlack. Thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
New York Times did an article on this, and they were saying teachers are seeing this, even though New York says, well, teens overall responding that they're not using marijuana as much since it's been legalized. But teachers are disagreeing. They're saying we see more kids high in our classrooms.
Yeah, I think all of this is really a symptom of a larger problem, which is that American students are in crisis, right? I mean, you see it in FOX45's reporting for sure across multiple metrics, whether it's rising anxiety and depression, abuse of mind-altering substances in the classroom, discipline problems, or massive learning loss during COVID. You know, there's all these metrics, and we're going to keep seeing problems as long as the one-size-fits-all system continues and people don't have options to move out.
Yeah, the school choice is also a major concern here for some parents, but it's the pushback from teachers' unions that are saying no, because then you'll put us out of jobs if we start having school choice. Going back to the marijuana in the classrooms, though, they were saying that in the New York Times article, and there's a lot of articles about this now, they're saying when a state does legalize it, it just makes it more accessible because there's much more product in the state, and that's what they say goes to teens possibly using more, and the fact that the products are now easier to, they're inconspicuous. I mean, they're very easy to hide, so they can't tell. Teachers get to see the students every day and go, okay, you're high.
Right, and I think what this shows is that parents have to be actively involved, but in a lot of cases, when parents try to be involved, it's seen as a problem to be managed instead of a co-equal partner. You know, the Supreme Court says parents have a fundamental right to direct the care and education of their children, and with situations like this, it's just another example of how parental involvement is really key, and in a lot of cases, I think schools will be happy for it. In some cases, there's pushback, and parents need to keep fighting back and actually have a right to be involved, because that's the way to address whatever problems are going on in the classroom, of which unfortunately there are many.
And we're hearing that they are getting edibles while they're in school. So it's the parents may be able to monitor them at home as soon as they go to the school and other kids are doing it. There's even one article that was saying, okay, well, there's a silent peer pressure and then an in-your-face peer pressure is the way they kind of broke it down, and that this may be, that marijuana being legalized in Maryland in July, this next school year, teachers could be faced with seeing kids that normally would not do things kind of get involved with that.
We see this a lot too. You know, in recent years, more teachers than in the last decade have departed schools, and so this can really become a self-fulfilling prophecy, because increasingly teachers are citing discipline problems, whether it's, you know, drug use or bullying or violence in the classroom, and so this is this vicious cycle where good teachers feel like they can't stay in the classroom, and parents who want to get involved and make a difference are told, no, you can't, and so something has to change.
And we're just about out of time. So, Rebecca, do you think we need more counselors? I mean, because counselors, just forgetting the drug use, just behavioral use, they say they're way understaffed. I mean, it's supposed to be 1 to 250 students, and they're seeing 1 to 500 students.
I think what we see a lot is that non-teaching and non-counseling staff is going up, making a ton of money, and the teachers who are at the front lines are suffering the most in a lot of cases, and the parents and families. And so, yeah, we should listen to the people who are there on the ground trying to help the children about what they need, and maybe not keep pumping up this bureaucracy.
Rebecca Bidlack, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, now we need to find out exactly how warm it is with some schools in Baltimore City, Justin, reaching those 90 degrees, so they're going to close early.
I want to say there's 13 of them, 13, I believe. Yeah, on our website at foxbaltimore.com. And, you know, we're almost at the end of the school year. We're getting close with the finals coming around the corner, and then summer break is real soon for some. But meanwhile, looking out over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions right now. I know the camera a little dirty. Apologize for that. We've got to get somebody up there to clean that up possibly. But here's a look at your Captain's Cast. Ahoy, boaters and watermen. We're looking at numbers here today in the lower 70s through 9 a.m. That south wind today, about 5 to 10 knots, and waves about a foot or less. Very calm conditions, just hot. Low tide at 1:18 this afternoon, and then high tide coming back in the Fort McHenry area right about 5:58 p.m. But we're going to see 80s and lower 90s for you. In fact, a high of 93 will be just 3 degrees shy of our record for the day. Obviously well above average. Typically lower 80s is where we are for early June. Here's a look at your pilot cast. We do have some IFR conditions, some haze and some mist in certain spots this morning, but mainly VFR day for you pilots. But you have to start thinking about density altitude as we get into the summer months. You get those thermals up there bopping us around. Overall, though, visual flight rules today. How about some lower 90s for Perry Hall, White Marsh, down through Dundalk, Essex, and Middle River. 93 in Baltimore City for Canton and Fells areas, and Carroll County, Westminster, and Eldersburg, lower 90s also for you. And up and down the East Coast, we're talking about numbers that are going to be well above average. 95 in Philly today, lower 90s in the district, right about 70 down the ocean. And let's take a look at the down the ocean cast if you are heading there for the weekend. We dropped to the mid 60s on Saturday and then lower 60s Sunday. We do have a chance for some showers down there with some cloud cover as well, but that water temperature is still a little chilly at 64 degrees. So here's a look at our future scan. We will see some of those showers may make a run at us late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Overall, though, we'll wake up with some cloud cover tomorrow and then a few more of those showers into tomorrow afternoon, maybe a stray thunderstorm as well. Most of the models have backed off on the moisture potential, so there is the possibility we'll get some of that rain, but overall it's not looking like a lot, and we continue to be very dry. In fact, well below average for this time of year. Some of the models also want to pick up on a few showers trying to come in on Monday with a weak disturbance, but I'm just putting a 20% chance there because it's not looking too likely. So 93 today, lower 80s tomorrow, upper 70s on Sunday. There's the cool down, and then those numbers get right back to the lower 80s through the middle of next week.
Well, Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars, an instant hit, and you can watch it right here on Fox 45. We're giving you one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams.
Just head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open new food service business or fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News to promote your business. Get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesday at 9 on Fox 45.
Legalization of recreational marijuana in Maryland will bring more business to some local dispensaries. See how they're preparing, though, for higher sales.
And Charles Street Promenade is back tomorrow. Coming up next, we'll let you know of all the fun things happening when they close down the street tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we'll also let you know exactly how you can use this chalk, too, if you're going to come out. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Charles Street Promenade returns again this Saturday.
Now explore the historic street, local businesses that add the charm in Charm City. Amy Aronson live right along Charles Street. She's inside one of the establishments right now. Looks great, and they're going to shut down the street right tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect timing for it. Summer kicking in just in time to be outside all day. Why not do it along Charles Street? I'm here with Lauren and Susan this morning telling us all about it. So this is exciting, closing down the street, hopefully bringing people in and showing them what Charles Street is all about.
Absolutely. We love hosting Charles Street Promenade. We have so many things going on. Our businesses come out. There are sidewalk sales, shopping, food, drinking, live music, tours, so much, everything. And you can find it all at charlesstreetpromenade.com. Okay. I'm super excited for the chalk art contest and community mural with Baltimore Architecture Foundation.
Yeah, and that's where Lauren comes in. So how excited are you to be involved in this day and kick things off with some chalk?
Yeah, it's great. This is our first time participating in Charles Street Promenade, so we're really excited to have the community come and participate, to be able to come and do some chalk art, to create a community mural that celebrates architecture and communities in Baltimore. Okay. And yeah, so it'll be an exciting day.
So how does that work? Can anyone pick up chalk and contribute?
Can come down, they can pick up chalk. Some people have already registered to participate in a contest, and others can come and participate in a community mural. People will also have an opportunity to come and select their favorite site for Doors Open Baltimore, which takes place in October. And so we'll have boards like this. So if people come down and look for the boards, we'll be there with the chalk.
That's what you look for?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, awesome. Lots happening tomorrow. We're going to give you more of a preview as the morning continues. But if you want more information right now, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And I heard Justin saying rain chance is going down, so that's good news for events like this coming tomorrow.
Perfect. All right, Amy, thank you. Well, our hottest day of the year is upon us here. We've got temps well into the 90s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking those temperatures and the chance for rain here. Stay with us.
There is a new way to fight crime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to tell you about the citation docket and why our state's attorney thinks it could improve your quality of life. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Friday morning to you. It is June 2nd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. And we were just moving and shaking a little bit in the studio. 7:30 stretch. All thanks to our DJ Doppler, otherwise known as Justin Chambers, our meteorologist.
That's right. What's on the ones and twos for this Friday?
We did crisscross jump. We had some Sublime in there. We threw some Slim Shady. You know,
we've been jamming.
Beyonce
today.
A little earlier. Yeah, we got to get you going. It's a Friday. Yeah, and we're going to be sweating to the oldies a little bit later on this afternoon because numbers are going to sneak into the lower 90s for today. So if you thought 87 was warm yesterday, well, just wait. It's like hold my beer. Here's a look at our Towson camera right now. Maybe you'll need a beverage this afternoon. Staying nice and cool as we look out over the Towson traffic circle. Plenty of sunshine. Overall, kind of mild conditions right now. Numbers have stayed in the 60s this morning, but a hot afternoon is ahead. And then tomorrow will be cooler. So it's really only going to be today that we'll have to deal with the heat for now. We know summer is just getting started. Out for a run or a jog next few hours. Go ahead and get that outdoor exercise in because later today you probably won't want to be outside. You'll want to be hanging out in the pool or in the AC. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on that Friday commute, Tom?
Oh, let's take a look here at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking around some of the areas of the map around Baltimore. No major issues to report. Some good news there. In fact, look at this. If you're heading down the JFX, we've got it timed out for you. Typically, it's 8 minutes to go from 695 down to President Street. Take you 9 minutes at 7:31.
We actually expect Maryland to be kind of a cannabis destination, a draw.
Well, adults 21 and up will soon be able to legally buy cannabis in Maryland, and dispensaries across the state are preparing for a surge in business.
And Olivia Dance joining us live now with how dispensaries are preparing. Olivia?
Yeah, so Remedy Maryland has several dispensaries across the state, including 2 here in the Baltimore region. Now, their location in Columbia sees about $1 million in revenue every month from medical marijuana. But on July 1st, when recreational marijuana becomes legal, they're expecting a huge increase in business and possibly selling out.
It's like being a liquor store or being a restaurant and like possibly running out of food in the middle of the day. It's something you have to just kind of plan for and keep your fingers crossed.
That was Mitch Trellis from Remedy Maryland, who says their store in Columbia sees about 300 to 800 medical patients every day. But in a few weeks with recreational customers, that could skyrocket from around 1,000 to 3,000 a day. He says 1/8 of an ounce of cannabis will run customers anywhere from $30 to $60, and customers can expect a 9% sales tax increase on cannabis products, the same sales tax for alcohol in Maryland, which Trellis says is a smart move.
If our goal is truly to end the black market, then the answer is to have a cheap sales tax because the black market has no sales tax.
Again, recreational cannabis becomes legal on July 1st, so we're just less than a month away. Back to you.
Now, Olivia, since the dispensary is expecting a huge increase in business, what are some ways they're preparing for that?
Yeah, Taylor, so besides just stocking up on products, their staffing levels will likely double. They're also getting more cash registers. But you also have to keep in mind that Maryland is surrounded by several states that haven't legalized recreational marijuana yet. So they're also expecting a lot of out-of-town customers as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. While many are excited for the legalization, the state's marijuana law is creating a nightmare scenario for some small business owners who are already selling hemp. The state's framework caps the level of THC allowed to be sold in hemp products at a rate that will make many items that are now legal illegal if you try and open without selling with a marijuana license. While hemp sellers could apply for a license to sell cannabis, there's no guarantee that they will actually get one. In the meantime, they are telling us they'll suffer devastating losses.
Talks about, no one being left behind, but we're totally being left behind.
Everything that we've built over the last almost 5 years is about to be stripped from me in 60 days.
Well, lawmakers say the restrictions were written on purpose and they had concerns about a lack of regulation on hemp. The business owners say that they have been asking for regulation and want new testing and packaging standards for their products, but want them to be implemented without the law effectively ending their businesses.
Another top issue is what will Baltimore city leaders do with the money they get from marijuana sales? The city council is laying out a plan to give millions of dollars in taxes and fees back to local jurisdictions. The money will go towards investments in communities the city determines were disproportionately harmed by cannabis enforcement over the past 20 years.
Turning now to a city in crisis, a new tool to fight crime in Baltimore. It's called the citation docket. State's Attorney Ivan Bates says it will address quality of life crimes without driving up any mass incarceration.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a look at this new tool to fight crime. Shannon.
Well, Bates says this is all about accountability, Taylor and Tom. That's something that people in the city have been calling for some time now. Well, now he's doing it.
At the end of the day, the citizens have demanded that we do something, and individuals have to make a decision. I'm not here, and we're not here, and not in this position to coddle individuals, but we're trying to get them help. If they don't want help, they will be prosecuted.
So how this citation docket will work. For adults 18 years and older, citations will cover a multitude of low-level offenses, including several dirt bike charges, aggressive panhandling, and more. A citation will lead to an initial court date, and when arraigned, those eligible will be offered the opportunity to complete community service and receive wraparound services like drug and mental health treatment. If they don't accept this, the state will proceed with the case as normal. So Bates says this will both improve quality of life for people who live here in the city, while also ensuring that those who break the law face consequences. We know those citations will start being handed out on June 12th, and the first docket, guys, is set for July 17th.
Now, Shannon, how does this differ from what we saw under the former city state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby?
Well, it is a stark contrast, Taylor. In fact, you'll remember back in March of 2021, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby stopped prosecuting what she deemed as low-level crimes. And that is something that we heard the police commissioner talk a little bit about yesterday. He says that police have been frustrated by that and that low-level crimes have been a problem. So now they are going to be trained to do something that they haven't done in quite some time. And again, it's a source of frustration for them. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you believe prosecuting low-level crimes will lower violent crime in Baltimore City? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 96% of voters have responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Bonji's youth curfew in effect once again tonight, but does the city have enough staff to enforce it? We'll take a look at the efforts to find volunteers before the curfew picks back up this evening.
And the latest U.S. jobs report drops in just a few hours, a little bit less than 2. What economists are forecasting for the job market.
And it's beginning to feel a lot like, it feels like summer in the 90s this afternoon, when we can expect some rain to roll through. Stick with us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have his full weather 30 forecast here on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. All right, the latest jobs report is set to drop in the next hour. And check this out. Stock futures, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, S&P 500, all of them trending upward in anticipation of a positive jobs report. And notably, the passage of the debt ceiling deal. Economists are forecasting the report will show that the U.S. economy added 192,000 jobs in May. That would be a slowdown from the 253,000 jobs added in April and would signal the smallest gain since December of 2020. Well, the jobs count has beaten consensus estimates 13 out of 16 times since January of 2022. A sign economists say the jobs market has been nothing if not resilient in the wake of federal interest hikes. However, a separate report from private payroll servicer ADP finds that wage growth is slowing for most workers. ZipRecruiter is the latest tech company to announce cuts. The job posting site says it's going to lay off 270 workers, or 20% of its team. The CEO is also going to take a pay cut of 30%. Other sectors seeing notable declines this last month: manufacturing, financial services, and education and health services. The unemployment rate, though, in May was expected to nudge a bit higher to 3.5%, still the lowest since 1969.
Well, in Baltimore County, learn what it takes to be a police officer while building relationship with community leaders. Coming up in our next hour, the program that you can be part of at the Baltimore County Police Department. Post-traumatic stress disorder impacts millions all across the globe. Up next, how you can spot the symptoms, plus treatment options that are now available. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
7:45, post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is typically associated with military members, but anyone can be diagnosed with it, and addressing it quickly is key to recovery. Assistant Professor of Psychiatry at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Madeline Marks. Dr. Marks, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
It is June is PTSD Awareness Month. One of the first questions that we see is some people, wait a minute, wasn't in the military. How do we know some of the signs if we're experiencing PTSD or maybe a family member is?
Absolutely. And so we want to think beyond military. It's very important to think about our military personnel. However, about 8% of the general population will experience PTSD during their lifetime. And while to some viewers it may seem like a really small percentage, we can also think about the RAND Corporation estimated that's about $6.23 billion over a 2-year period of lost productivity. So this is a problem. And we can think about here working at the medical center, people who come to our hospital and have intensive care unit stays, motor vehicle accidents, our survivors of rape, gunshots, stabbings, as well as our first responders. So really, it's a much broader occurrence than people might originally.
I think just about, 15, 20 years ago when the ACEs study started coming out, we started getting a little bit more information there, and that kind of helped certain people realize what trauma is, making it more for the layperson as opposed to yourself, dealing with how prevalent it is. So when you do see the symptoms and you know something's different, who do you go to then? Do you go to a hospital, or do you speak with a psychiatrist or a doctor like you?
And so, the first step is reaching out. So family, yourself, noticing that you're having repeated unwanted memories, right? These aren't memories we're trying to have, but that are unwanted. You're avoiding people, places, things, sights, sounds, smells are bothering you that remind you of that moment. Maybe you're not feeling like yourself. You're more irritable. You're not sleeping well. And so reaching out to a mental health professional, whether that's using abct.org, other organizations, reaching out to our psychiatry department here at the University of Maryland, or talking to your primary care doctor, lifting up the phone, calling any of our hotlines. That's a really great first place to start.
Dr. Marks, then once you do reach out, some people may say, I don't know what the recovery is going to look like. What does that look like, and why is it so important to tackle this issue right away?
It's super important because this is one of the great things about PTSD, and why I really enjoy working with people is because it is treatable. That this is not something you have to live with for the rest of your life. And so we do have treatments that work. And most often the treatments that work are those that involve psychotherapy. And so that's not going to be about coming and sitting on a couch and talking about your day, but that's really going to be about addressing head on what are those things that are bothering you about those sights, sounds, and smells, and exposing you to that. And so we have treatments that work, again, prolonged exposure, trauma management therapy, cognitive processing therapy. And some people do need a little bit of medication, and that's something that they'll talk about with their doctor.
And Dr. Madeline Marks, thank you so much, with the University of Maryland School of Medicine. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, let's go on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at a steamy hot Friday.
Yes.
So, mother-in-law, Susan,
Here we go.
over there in Dundalk. Well, she's from Edgemere, Sparrows Point, wherever she is. Anyway, she always told me when I moved here, 3 H's we got to think about in the summer. It's hazy, hot, humid. Yeah. And those are the 3 H's that we're going to be kind of flirting with today, but it's temporary because we're going to be cooler tomorrow. And we'll get back to the sea. Cooler. Cloudy.
So HHHTC, temporary and cooler, cloudy.
And then cloudy, cooler, with rain. CCR.
Everything's bad.
Cloudy, cooler, rain.
Yeah.
You know, CCR was a great band too, by the way.
Yes, Creedence Clearwater. Man,
yeah.
awesome.
CCR.
Revival.
Yeah.
All right,
What's their big favorite song? What's their big song?
Why are you putting me on the spot like that? What was your mother-in-law saying?
What's the weather like? Let's talk about that gorgeous shot.
Revival. And then Revisited. Then they did Revisited. You got to look it up. All right. Good morning, all of you. Yes. Thanks, Mom, and our downtown Baltimore camera. Looking out over the Inner Harbor on this Triple H day. That's what we're going to see with those numbers that will continue to rise. We're upper 60s next hour, lower 70s through 9, upper 70s through the 10 o'clock hour. Sun is up until 8:28, so plenty of daylight today to get whatever you need done, and probably a good day to jump in the pool. Marco. All right, splash cast here. UV index very high, so please put that sunblock on. You got to get it all over the kids. I mean, you just got to make sure that they are lathered up and good to go. And you have to repeat, too, because even though it says waterproof, not the case. And we want to make sure that everybody's taken care of when you got temperatures in the lower 90s. Hopefully you have a pool you can get to. Hopefully you have some AC you can get to today as well, with lower 90s for Bel Air and Cockeysville to Baltimore, Eastern Shore, mid to upper 80s and lower 90s for you, 85 in Annapolis, lower 90s Columbia and Laurel. Now, here's that temperature tracker, and you can see those numbers coming down tomorrow, and even Sunday, only upper 70s before those numbers kind of level off next week back into the lower 80s. If you do want to get the car cleaned up today, Sunday, you're good. I have that yellow light tomorrow because we're tracking at least a few showers. We're not looking at a lot of rain, maybe a thunderstorm or two, but overall, these models are kind of backing off on how much rain we actually are looking at for tomorrow. And then, as I mentioned, we're drier into the early part of next week.
And Baltimore has another reason to brag. Which bars were voted best in the country?
Summer is here, which means it's time to listen to live music, maybe some CCR. Have you ever seen the rain, Justin, is what I was trying to think of? Yeah. All right, well, you want to do that with a drink in your hand, all while taking in the waterfront view, where you can go this weekend to have the ultimate summer experience. And on a day like this, the only brew you'll need is a cold brew for one in your hand.
That's right, by the waterfront. You know what you should do? That's your sign. It's time for a coffee break.
Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts has named Todd Uhanick as its interim CEO. According to the Baltimore Sun, the organization is still looking to permanently fill the spot after Donna Drew Sawyer's departure in January.
Now, BOPA, B-O-P-A, has seen its share of controversies over this past year. After canceling their annual MLK Day parade for the third year straight, Mayor Brandon Scott called for former CEO Sawyer's removal. Uhanick will start today as interim CEO, and BOPA has announced that they plan to post the CEO job to their website June 12th.
Well, a new study by Rosenfeld injury lawyers in Chicago has collected the top 5 most Googled injuries in Maryland.
Taking the top spot is the carpal tunnel syndrome, a wrist injury you might have searched if you spend a lot of time working at your computer. Next up is shin splints, followed by bursitis. It's a type of joint pain. Did I say that right?
Yeah, bursitis?
Yeah. It's a muscle strain. And the 5th most searched injury is concussion.
Now, they were all just searched. Doesn't mean that they were diagnosed or anything.
Right. Well, look at this. If you're looking for something fun to do this weekend, you might want to take a trip on down to Annapolis. The Annapolis City Dock 2023 Summer Concert Series kicks off this Sunday. The weekend's performer is Bayside Big Band at 6 p.m.
And don't worry if you can't make it this weekend. The series will host free concerts on most Sundays throughout our summer, as well as every second Friday of the month with City Dock Tango. You can check out the full list of performers at foxbaltimore.com. And if your music isn't your thing, really, there's plenty of fun in Baltimore this weekend. According to the Baltimore Banner, 3 of the country's best bars voted by Esquire magazine are located right here in Charm City.
That's right. The Banner reports that Ash Bar and Blooms, both located at Hotel Ulysses in Mount Vernon, made the magazine's annual list of best bars in America. Church and Old Gocher also made the list, but if you want to check out that full list or you want to go, they're actually going to temporarily be closed while they transition into new ownership. Baltimore was one of the only few cities that had more than one bar selected by Esquire.
All right, here's a live look over Towson, where the day is just starting to heat up. Coming up in our next hour, Weather Authority team. I'm looking at him right now. He's chatting with Megan over here. Doesn't look like he's working on the weather right now. He's already got that down. He's tracking the hottest part of the day of the year. Talking about music over there, huh?
Baltimore's youth curfew goes into effect again this weekend. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's having trouble enforcing it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, it's Friday morning, June 2nd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been talking about our first really hot day today.
Yeah, first 90-degree day, guys, that we've seen. You got to go back to September to see the last time we hit 90 plus. And this year, we've gotten close.
Though.
Oh, yeah. We've had a couple of 89-degree days, and it was 87 yesterday. So kind of felt that haziness out there. And we're going to add about 4 or 5 degrees to our highs, which has prompted actually some of the schools to close who don't have the air conditioner there for Baltimore City. I believe we have that on our website. So just be aware of that. There's also a code orange air quality alert today. So that air, a little hazy out there. That means that sensitive groups will probably avoid outdoor activities, young folks, older folks, as well as people with breathing problems. So our Towson camp right now, looking not too bad. We can see that Towson traffic circles. We slide right to about 70 degrees this hour. A mild Friday morning, hot afternoon ahead, and then we will be cooler as soon as tomorrow with those numbers coming back down. So low to mid and upper 70s next couple of hours. We're still going to be close to 80 by 10 a.m. and on our way to the lower 90s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads?
Well, taking a look at your Lens Solar traffic network out there and looking at some of the issues, we have Loch Raven Boulevard, and you can see this Friday morning really moving along just fine. No major issues to report around the Baltimore region on the major roads.
Breaking news here this morning. Baltimore County Police are investigating a possible shooting in Woodlawn. Investigators telling us they found an unconscious person suffering from what they say looked like a gunshot wound last night around 10:30. This is off of Security Square Boulevard. First responders rushed the victim, 54-year-old Frank Eubanks Jr., to the hospital where he later died. Detectives are now looking into what led up to that incident. We'll keep you posted as we learn more.
8:01 now. I'm breaking this morning. The debt limit compromise heading to the president's desk. Senators passing the bill late last night, but now time continues to tick. A live look at the nation's capital, where senators, though, worked well into the night, finally reaching an agreement on the country's debt ceiling. In just days to spare until the nation's financial default deadline that was set, and it's kind of a gray area there. Senate approving the compromise to raise the debt ceiling until 2025. Bill passing bipartisan, 63-36 is the vote. And the measure cuts some leftover COVID relief funds, increases work requirements and some food stamp recipients, and places a cap on non-defense spending. Not everyone loved this deal, but they got it done.
Is it a home run? No. It's maybe a single, maybe a double, but I don't think anyone expected that Kevin McCarthy could deliver any base runners at all, and he has.
Of course, nobody got everything they wanted. There was give on both sides, but this agreement was a very good outcome.
And it looks like they'll be back at this in 2025. Senator McCarthy tweeting this. Leaders Schumer and McConnell committed to pass all 12 appropriation bills on time this year for the first time since 2005 under pressure of an auto spending cut I included in the debt limit agreement. Lawmakers both sides did have their issues with the plan, as you heard. Several Republicans voicing concerns about the 3% increase on defense spending, which is lower than the current inflation rate. Some Democrats voting no because of the bill's discretionary spending caps and tougher work requirements, though, for federal aid. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Happening today, the second weekend of the Youth Monzi curfew in Baltimore. Fox 45 News has learned the city is lacking staff to enforce the citywide youth curfew, despite the mayor saying the first weekend was a success. The curfew went into effect on Memorial Day weekend as part of an effort to reduce violence among teenagers. We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at those concerns. Olivia.
That's right, Megan. The city is looking for staff to enforce the Monzi curfew in 3 main areas, including right here at Rash Field, which is in Federal Hill. This is where teens are expected to gather tonight, as well as in Fells Point and the Inner Harbor. The curfew goes into effect on weekends from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for children 13 and under, and 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for ages 14 through 16. According to the plan, social workers will engage youth with help from city partners to limit unnecessary interactions with police. And despite Mayor Scott calling the curfew a complete success, Fox 45 News has obtained an email sent to city employees saying the administration is challenged in finding adults to monitor the minors. The immediate goal is to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. And the city wants at least 9 employees each weekend to be assigned. Euripsy Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement thinks asking volunteers to engage with youth is troublesome.
Well, I can tell you that the attorney in me is cringing You're dealing with young people. There's no indication that these are volunteers. He's asking for volunteers. Is there going to be some sort of a background check system? You can't send people in there blindly to do what? Just be hall monitors?
And city employees would be asked to let the teens know the curfew is in effect and also ask them if they need help contacting a parent or guardian for pickup. Now, compensation for the employees includes comp time or overtime. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. These hearings come after a long night in City Hall, with City Council focusing on the city's public school system.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from Harper East to break it all down. Shannon.
Yeah, we're learning half of all Baltimore City school students are chronically absent. And we also know that this comes as an infusion of funds are supposed to be coming to city schools, all under the Kerwin plan. But what happens after the plan has some people concerned.
My concern is about the continuity of funds and the continuity of programming that we will obviously face once this implementation plan ends.
Part of what I'm charged to do, and frankly what the Board of Commissioners is charged to do, is to be able to project out, right, what that funding looks like, so that we're not leaving subsequent generations with the cliff.
Remember, in total, Baltimore City will be spending more than $404 million on city schools, and that is $79.4 million more than anticipated, all to fund the Kerwin plan. The state of Maryland in total will contribute $1 billion to Baltimore City schools. So at last night's budget hearing, school officials had a lot of plans for that $1.5 billion in funding. The additional funds will allow the district to hire almost 500 new full staff positions. Meanwhile, administrators were questioned about the absentee record. City Councilman Christopher Burnett raised alarms about what he calls a woefully inadequate response to the shootings of 5 Edmondson High School students. It happened earlier this year when those students left campus right across the street.
We got a lot of feedback from families. It wasn't just like our opinion about what the response was, but we did talk to students and staff and family members who felt like the response wasn't as robust as the severity of what occurred.
So he says the school needed a far better response when it comes to meeting with those students and their parents as well. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore City Schools is already the 4th most funded large school system in the country. It spends more than $21,000 per student. Project Baltimore found the number of employees in the school system making more than $100,000 rose 36% from 2019 to 2021. Project Baltimore also found City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises earns a base salary of a little more than $333,000 a year. But given the perks in her contract, she earns nearly $445,000 a year.
It's milking taxpayers like dairy cows. We put a premium on those leaders locally that say they're going to educate our children. And so we need to at the end of the day, we need to hold them accountable.
Well, you can find all of Project Baltimore's reporting on the Baltimore City Public School System on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Cannabis will soon be legal right here in Maryland. In our next half hour, how dispensaries across the state are preparing for a surge in business.
Plus, there's a new tool on how to fight crime in Baltimore. Still ahead, why State's Attorney Ivan Bates says it will address quality of life crimes without driving up incarceration.
We're already starting to heat up, some of us sneaking into the lower 70s in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to talk about just how hot we get this afternoon. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it right here Wednesday nights on Fox 45. We're giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams.
Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest, and what you have to do is tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News to promote your business. Get your business plan together. Watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays at 9 right here on Fox 45. A big day ahead for the U.S. economy. Still ahead from our live center, what economists are forecasting for the job market.
Oh, but first, OpenTheBooks.com is searching for transparency in Baltimore City leadership. After the break, an update on their progress and some of the top nonprofits funded by the city. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All the time.
OpenTheBooks.com has been working to find transparency in Baltimore, hoping to find a 2022 city checkbook with vendor names. This morning, CEO Adam Andrzejewski joining us live with an update on their progress. Adam, what are you finding?
Well, the top grant recipients in the city of Baltimore in 2021 were all about making Baltimore a better place to work, live, and raise a family. So, for example, your top 3 grant recipients cleaned off north of $40 million in 2021. Now, we wish we had the 2022 results. You had the top recipient, $18 million. That was Visit Baltimore. Their CEO, Al Hutchison, makes over $400,000, twice the salary of the mayor. Then you had Baltimore Development Corporation at about $16 million, and their objective is to help the economy in Baltimore and eliminate poverty. But we noticed that the child poverty stats since 2018 had increased by about 50%. And then the third top grant recipient was the Family League of Baltimore, and they took about $12.5 million. And they were a pass-through entity to about 100 other nonprofits within Baltimore focused on some child priorities.
Adam, that seems like a lot of money to me. Is that a lot for these nonprofits, and how does that compare to other cities?
So in total, there was about 174 nonprofits that received $72 million. And if we put that in perspective, just in terms of comparison locally. For instance, trash isn't being picked up every week. The trash pickup budget is about $35 million. So you've got grant making to nonprofits that is the equivalent of 2 full years of 52-week trash pickup.
And you would think this information that you've been working to get, city officials are aware of this. This isn't a surprise, is it?
Well, no. I mean, we've been on this for, a better part of the last year. And look, the city officials ran on promises of aggressive and robust transparency, and we're not seeing it. 2 areas. One, the city checkbook. They produced the city checkbook to us without vendor names. You can't follow the money if you don't know who received the money for 2022. We can't do the same analysis for 2022 in the last year. The second area where the spending is opaque is the $642 million of COVID aid that came out of Congress to the city of Baltimore.
Right.
And the line-by-line detail, they're not being forthcoming with that as well.
Very interesting. I know you're going to keep digging, so we appreciate your time, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you.
An aerospace company in Montana lending its fleet of Super Scoopers to help fight forest fires in Canada. Super Scoopers are flown to a body of water. They descend, scoop up about 1,500 gallons of water, then drop it over the fire or the fire line. The CEO says they sometimes make more than 100 water drops per day. It's the company's first time fighting a fire in another country, though. This is also the first time they've put the whole fleet to use at the same time. Should all arrive at some point a little bit later on today. And that's happening in Nova Scotia as they've been traveling through that little province of Canada.
All right, let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. We've been certainly seeing the impacts all across the country.
Yeah, my wife's aunts live there in Nova Scotia, and they say it's pretty bad, with that smoke that is there. We are seeing the smoke from Nova Scotia here at home. In fact, this is what we saw the last couple of days, and it's kind of hazy out there right now. Heat is not going to do anything to really help that out, and we're not going to have much wind either. So we have a code orange air quality alert in effect through the afternoon and evening for tonight. We're going to have temperatures that are hot, and you want to try to avoid outdoor activities, especially those sensitive groups that have issues with some of that smoke and with breathing problems as well. Hank the bird, flying around this morning. Earlier, he was not awake. He's finally going. He's up. He's all good. So lower 70s next hour, upper 80s through noontime, and we'll slide into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for today. And speaking of Hank and flying around, if you want to take your planes up today, got to think about that density altitude. I know Nils is coming back in, so can't wait to get up in the tail wheel with him up there at Westminster. Mainly VFR, though, visual flight rules. We did have some IFR earlier this morning with some of the mist that was around in certain spots. But lower 90s is what we're talking about. Westminster and Eldersburg for this afternoon in Carroll County. Right about 92 in Reisterstown over to Cockeysville. Lower 90s for you in Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Baltimore City, out even into Catonsville with the 90s. And pretty much anywhere you go up and down the eastern seaboard, we're keeping those 90s in play. 89 in New York City, mid-90s in Philly, and lower 90s in D.C. The record for the day today, at least in Baltimore, is 96 degrees. So we're close to that number by the time we get to the afternoon. How about heading down the ocean, getting a little cooler? Well, still 70 degrees, but plenty of sunshine there today. That water temperature sneaking up a little bit at 64 degrees. Tomorrow, a little bit of cloud cover, maybe a stray shower, and numbers back off into the 60s. But Sunday looks great if you're heading to the beach. All right, here's an updated look at our future scan. We may get a few showers late tonight into early tomorrow morning. You can see a few of those little green blobs right there. And then heading into tomorrow, we'll get more of that cloud cover that'll be around, so cooler air in place, couple of stray showers off and on, maybe a stray thunderstorm as well, but it's not looking like anything in terms of major heavy rain. And then Sunday, we're drier and cooler. In fact, you're going to really enjoy being outdoors on Sunday afternoon. Monday brings another chance for at least some more clouds rolling in, maybe a stray shower as well. Shout out to Donna in Essex. That is Vinny, her kitty right there, just taking a little snooze, and maybe something to think about. And this is something to think about for all pets, is to make sure they have plenty of water and that you keep them indoors, especially in the middle or the heat of the day. Get those dog walks in now, or cat walks for those who walk cats. Lower 80s tomorrow, upper 70s on Sunday. Then we get back to the lower 80s into early next week, but we do stay dry. And actually, guys, we're going to have a little less humidity next week, so it's going to feel pretty nice.
Thank you, Justin. The best spellers came to Maryland, competed, but only one was able to come out on top in our next half hour. Who is the best bee heading home a winner, and the prizes that come with being champion.
And we're at the Dollhouse Boutique this morning, where we're getting a preview of some of the fashion that you can see at the Charles Street Promenade coming up tomorrow. We'll give you a preview of all that in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
A24, you can explore the unique shops and tastes all along Charles Street this weekend.
The Charles Street Promenade is back for the 4th year, and we have Amy Aronson live taking a stroll along the promenade with more. How's it going, Amy?
Yeah, we wandered into another business, the Dollhouse Boutique. We're here with Natalie Carl this morning. And you have been on Charles Street for a while, but this is actually your brand new location, and it's beautiful.
New showroom. Thank you, Amy. Yes, this is our brand new showroom. Tomorrow will be our grand opening. First time to show it off to our dolls.
So you're going to have a whole ribbon cutting and a little ceremony?
Yeah, so we're, Downtown Partnership is coming and doing a great ribbon cutting, my first ribbon cutting ever.
That's exciting.
Even though I've been on Charles Street for 20 years. We'll have live mannequins and, yeah, open up the showroom to our clientele for the first time.
Awesome. We're getting a preview of some of the models this morning. Just give an overview of your designs and kind of what they're wearing. I know it's probably hard to summarize it.
No, absolutely. So we're really big on having everything from grandmother to be able to shop with her granddaughter. My line is a sustainable brand that goes all the way to pattern signatures that we've done. So it's casual, from what you can wear to date night, to party night, to a day with the girls, to brunch.
Okay, awesome. And I know you have these models dressed from head to toe, literally.
Yes,
everything matters, even the shoes, you said.
Even the shoes. All of our brand new accessory pieces. So tomorrow we're really showing a mix and match of the collections during the promenade. So this is going to be your staple pieces all the way to your couture gowns, because Center Stage is having the gala. So there's just so many things going on around Baltimore, so we want to get our dolls ready.
Perfect. And if you want to do some shopping tomorrow, you guys open for business?
Oh my God, you think? We are open through the whole promenade. We're going to have trees treat, champagne toast, ribbon toasting. Come and see us. It's going to be a really great time.
Sounds so much fun. Okay, awesome. If you want more information on everything happening tomorrow on Charles Street, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So, Tom, maybe this isn't your style. I don't know if Megan's there with you, but
I would get some big points with my wife if I went with her. I heard champagne, though. I heard champagne.
It's got it all in the live mannequins.
Champagne,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, Amy, they are impressive.
They're stunning, too, right?
Yes. We couldn't tell which one was which. Thank you.
There's a new way to fight crime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to tell you about the citation docket and why our state's attorney thinks it could improve your quality of life.
Recreational marijuana will soon become legal in Maryland. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how dispensaries are preparing for the surge in business. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News right here in Baltimore, Maryland. It's Friday, June 2nd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We are talking about all things exciting this weekend because it's going to be a great hot weekend starting today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how hot is.
So,
oh no.
A hot start to the weekend,
right?
Tom.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a hot weekend.
Starting today.
And then
it all depends on how you determine. I mean, now Sunday's cooler, but tomorrow, high 80s, that's hot to me.
Low 80s tomorrow, so you haven't been paying attention. 93, 83, 78. So
83? That's hot. Do you keep your house at 83?
No.
When it's at 83, what do? You turn the AC on because it's hot,
all right. Let's move on. I got to do some weather. We can be here all day. It's National Donut Day, by the way. We haven't talked about that in a while. I don't know why, because it's amazing. But taking a look outside right now. Here's a look at our Towson camera. Yes, this is what I was talking about earlier. The haze that's going to be kind of hanging around. It's not a purple haze, but it's definitely some haze that we're seeing here from the wildfire smoke that's coming all the way from Canada that's impacting us. Look at these numbers already, guys. 59 in Cumberland, but lower lower 70s for Westminster, Bel Air, Baltimore City, 69 in Annapolis. So we are already cranking up that heat. Get that run or that jog in soon because those temps are going to keep climbing. We're talking low to mid and upper 70s over the next few hours. And look at these numbers. As I was saying, 93, yes, a hot start to the weekend, no doubt about that. Lower 80s, more cloud cover tomorrow. Will definitely feel cooler. And then upper 70s, more sun and kind of refreshing by Sunday afternoon. That's the primo day of the weekend, in my opinion. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
We actually expect Maryland to be kind of a cannabis destination, a draw.
Adults 21 and up will soon legally be able to buy cannabis in Maryland, and dispensaries across the state are preparing for a surge in business. This morning we have Olivia Dan. She is joining us live now with the dispensaries and how they're preparing. Olivia?
Well, Megan, Remedy Maryland has several dispensaries across the state, including 2 here in the Baltimore region. But their location in Columbia sees about $1 million in revenue every month from medical marijuana. So on July 1st, when recreational marijuana becomes legal, they're expecting a major increase in business and possibly selling out.
It's like being a liquor store or being a restaurant and like possibly running out of food in the middle of the day. It's something you have to just kind of plan for and keep your fingers crossed.
That was Mitch Trellis from Remedy Maryland, who says their store in Columbia sees about 300 to 800 medical patients every day. But in a few weeks with recreational customers, that could skyrocket from around 1,000 to 3,000 a day. He says an eighth of an ounce of cannabis will run customers anywhere from $30 to $60, and customers can expect a 9% sales tax increase on cannabis products. That's the same sales tax for alcohol in Maryland, which Trellis says is a smart move.
If our goal is truly to end the black market, then the answer is to have a cheap sales tax, because the black market has no sales tax.
Again, recreational cannabis becomes legal on July 1st, so we're just less than a month away. Megan, back to you.
Well, Olivia, since the dispensary is expecting this huge increase in business, are they ready for it?
Yeah, Megan, they are. And besides just stocking up on products, they say that their staffing levels will likely double. They're also getting more cash registers. But you also have to keep in mind that Maryland is surrounded by several states that haven't legalized recreational marijuana yet. So they are expecting a lot of out-of-town customers as well. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. While many are excited for legalization, small business owners selling hemp say the state's marijuana laws are creating a nightmare scenario. The state's framework caps the level of THC allowed to be sold in hemp products at the rate that will make many legal items now illegal to sell without a marijuana license. While hemp sellers could apply for a license to sell cannabis, there's no guarantee they'll get one. And in the meantime, they are telling us they'll suffer devastating losses.
Talks about, no one being left behind, but like we're totally being left behind.
Everything that we've built over the last almost 5 years is about to be stripped from me in 60 days.
Lawmakers say the restrictions were written on purpose, and they had concerns about a lack of regulation on hemp. The business owners say that they've been asking for regulation and want new testing and packaging standards for their products, but want them to be implemented without the law effectively ending their businesses.
Another top issue is what will Baltimore City leaders do with the money they get from marijuana sales? The City Council is laying out a plan to give millions of dollars in taxes and fees back to local jurisdictions. The money will go towards investments in communities the city determines were disproportionately harmed by cannabis enforcement over the past 20 years. Turning now to a city in crisis. There is a new tool to fight crime in Baltimore, and it's called the citation docket. State's Attorney Ivan Bates says it will address quality of life crimes without driving up incarceration.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us with a look at this new way to fight crime. Shannon?
Yeah, Bates says this is all about accountability, Tom and Megan, and that's something that many in the city have been calling for years, but now Bates is doing it.
At the end of the day, the citizens have demanded that we do something, and individuals have to make a decision. I'm not here, and we're not here, and not in this position to coddle individuals, but we're trying to get them help. If they don't want help, they will be prosecuted.
So how this citation docket will work, for adults 18 years and older, citations will cover a multitude of low-level offenses, including several dirt bike charges, aggressive panhandling, and more. A citation will lead to an initial court date, and when arraigned, those eligible will be offered the opportunity to complete community service and also receive wraparound services like drug and mental health treatment. Now, if they don't accept that, though, the state will proceed with the case as normal. So Bates says this is a way to both improve the quality of life of people living in the city while also holding those accountable who are breaking the law, making sure that they do face some consequences. And so we know that these citations will begin being issued on June 12th, and that first docket, guys, is set for July 17th.
Well, Shannon, how does this differ, though, from what we saw under former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby?
Well, it is a stark contrast, Tom. In fact, you'll remember back in March of 2021, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby stopped prosecuting what she deemed as low-level crimes. And that is something that the police commissioner talked about a little bit yesterday. He talked about how low-level crimes are a problem for them. And so now they'll be training his officers to do, you know, what they haven't done in quite some time now. And so he does say that that is a source of frustration for them. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you believe prosecuting low-level crimes will lower violent crime in Baltimore City? So far, 95% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Scrambling for staff at Baltimore's Youth Connection Centers, the efforts to find volunteers before the youth curfew picks back up tonight.
Plus, it's going to be a scorcher across the region today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our first above 90-degree day and how you should be preparing.
What about tomorrow or Sunday?
He's going to explain that. I have a feeling he's going to let us know.
He's getting a little hot right now under the collar.
8:37 on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. We're lucky to have him.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. It is 8:40, 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. I thought if I talked about National Donut Day enough, they would just materialize, and then bagels showed up, and it's like, not a donut. It's a sad cousin to a donut, actually. So our downtown Baltimore camera, there it is, Camden Yards. The boys back next Friday right there. They're on a road trip. San Francisco tonight is where the O's are going to be playing, and then they've got to Milwaukee next week. So they'll be on the road. Hopefully you can keep those winning ways going. And look at your yard and gardening cast. Woo! Almost off the charts. Lower 90s is what we're talking about. So get that yard work done early before that heat really cranks up later today. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Megan?
All right, Justin, thank you. The latest jobs report numbers have just dropped, and we're hearing U.S. employers added 339,000 jobs in May. That is a sign of a still healthy labor market despite Federal Reserve rate hikes. Economists predicted that this report would show that the U.S. economy added 192,000 jobs in May. That would have been a slowdown from the 253,000 jobs added in April, and it would signal the smallest gain since December of 2020. This is the 14th time the job count consensus has beaten estimates since January of 2022, a sign economists say the jobs market has been nothing if not resilient in the wake of federal interest hikes. However, a separate report from private payroll process ADP also finds wage growth for workers is slowing. ZipRecruiter is the latest tech company to announce cuts. The job posting site says it will let go about 270 workers, or 20% of its team, and the company's CEO will take a 30% pay cut. Other sectors saw notable declines last month, including manufacturing, financial services, and education and health services. The unemployment rate in May was expected to nudge higher to 3.5%, which would still be near the lowest level since 1969.
Baltimore City Public Schools leadership in the hot seat again. Coming up in our next half hour, a look at their budget hearing as the system faces more controversy. But first, wouldn't it be nice to get to know the police officers that protect us each day? Well, now you can. Coming up after the break, an officer joining us to share more about a program that you can be part of at the Baltimore County Police Department. 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all 8:45, get behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to be a police officer and learn the benefits of public service. The Baltimore County Police Department is hosting its Community Partnership Academy, and you are invited. Officer Erica Dingle is joining us right now to share more about this opportunity. Thank you so much for coming in, Officer.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, okay, so this is a great opportunity to find out, because a lot of people say, well, I don't really know about your job. They only see little clips on the news about what you actually do. But that is such a small percentage. 5% is actually what is seen on air versus what an officer does.
Yeah, we give you an opportunity to actually sit in our seats. Our cars, our training facilities, a lot of our different units. We teach you a little bit about everything in a short period of time.
Short period of time. And how short are we talking about?
We're talking about 9 weeks.
Okay.
1 day a week from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. We also feed you because it's during dinner time.
That's good.
So we make you comfortable, and we also give you a comfortable look inside the police department.
So it's just a little bit of a glimpse into the training that you go through. So I know that a lot of people that have gone through the program, once they do that, they say it really does make sense why officers approach certain ways, why they handle certain situations in a certain manner, because they're dealing with everybody.
Absolutely. We make a lot of split decisions on the street. So we put them in a scenario where they get to experience that in real life.
Yeah.
Give them a little bit of stress, and we put them out there so that they realize that the decisions that we're making take split decisions, and it takes seconds just to make those decisions, and it also impacts us and the people around us. So once they go through those scenarios and those training facilities, we put them in apartments, we put them in stores, we put them in bars, and us police play the civilians.
Oh, my. So you have fun with this.
Yeah, we do.
And it's a great relationship builder here then, too.
Absolutely. They get to know the people behind the scenes.
Yes.
Not just the people that are out serving them, but the people that are also training the officers that are serving them.
I like how your face changed, though, when you're like, we get to play the people on the other side. So you get to play what you experience.
But you get to see that light turn on.
Yes.
Once they get through those scenarios and their whole expression changes, like, oh, I see now. Now I understand. So I love that part. That is my favorite part of the program.
Officer Dingle, where can we go to find out how we can be part of this?
Baltimore County's website at www.baltimorecountymd.gov. Under our police tab, it's going to be under our community programs. You just go and apply, and it sends it directly to me, and we'll get information out for our September class.
And last question for you, how many people get involved with this 8-week
we
or 9-week
take
class?
About 40 to 50 people.
Oh, great.
So we can accommodate a lot of people at once. And we're doing it 2 classes a year, so.
That's incredible, yeah. So not only get to meet all the officers in the area, but you also get to meet some of your other neighbors that may be going through the training with you.
Absolutely.
And continue those relationships.
Yes.
Officer Dingle right there with the Baltimore County Police Department. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right, now we need to get over to meteorologist Justin. I'm sure you've known him. You've probably seen him in the back of your squad car a couple times, right? No. Meteorologist. Yeah, he's got the weather. What?
He's too fun. He's too fun.
Do I look guilty?
Yes.
Now you do.
Everyone says you do. Look,
I was only in the back of a squad car once. So.
Okay.
Not in Baltimore. It was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. So, all right. Good morning, our Towson camera. Good morning to all of you as we are looking out at this hazy start. Notice the temperatures on the right side of your screen. We always have those posted even during commercial breaks. So a lot of us are sneaking into the lower 70s right now. This 8 o'clock hour, officially at 70 degrees, no wind. Now, we don't get any help with wind today to kind of blow out some of this haze. It's going to be hot, a little bit muggy. And we talked about the 3 H's that Mom says, the hazy, hot, and humid. Yeah, kind of dealing with that today, even though it's only June 2nd. Now, 73 here next hour on your forecast if you're going to get out there and play some golf today. And golfers know those numbers are going to climb, so make sure to stay hydrated, get that sunblock on. Anything you're doing outside. If you're not playing golf, you're just messing around with the kids, doing some lacrosse practice, maybe just hanging out by the pool or on the patio. Look at these numbers today, guys. We're talking lower 90s, not only here in Bel Air, Cockeysville, and Baltimore, but across the bay over to Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot County, Caroline County, even Cecil County, all seeing those upper 80s and lower 90s for this afternoon. The good news is it's short-lived. We're back to the lower 80s tomorrow and then upper 70s on Sunday. Definitely going to feel nice Sunday afternoon. Those numbers right back into the lower 80s through early next week. And then when you look at the next 6 to 10 days, this is from the Climate Prediction Center. Look at that big blue swath over most of the East Coast. We are going to go to some below average numbers as we get into the middle of June. So we know it can be a lot hotter than this. And by the way, our first 90-degree day typically is in mid-May. So we are already already past that, and we will see that 90-degree-plus day for this afternoon. Here's our future scan. It's not looking that active. We are going to see the potential of a couple of showers late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We'll keep the clouds around tomorrow for the morning time, but look at that now. The latest model runs are bringing even less of that rain through, so it'll just be a couple of scattered showers, maybe a stray thunderstorm. Sunday starts with clouds early, but really clearing out nicely. We'll get this nice ridge of high pressure building in, and drier air will work in. Sunday afternoon, man, I'm telling you, that's going to be the day to be outside, to do stuff, and have a lot of fun because it's going to be pretty nice. Lower 80s, as I mentioned, next week, and notice we do stay dry. Unfortunately, our rain deficit is going to continue through the next 7 days. All right, time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this picture, and that's Zoe, and Joe sent that picture in, and look at the little caption, the little bubble. I love Fox 45 News. That's what Zoe said right there. So thank you so much, Joe, for sending that picture in. Hey, we'd love to see the view through your window, as long as it's not out the back of a police car. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen. Unless you're doing a ride-along for like a story or something, then that's, different.
Yeah, send them all in. Justin will take them. All right, we're trending now. An 8th grader from Largo, Florida, winning the 95th annual Scripps National Spelling Bee just last night. The winner, 14-year-old Dev Shah from Morgan Fitzgerald Middle School. The winning word was Samophile. Do you remember how to spell that? All right, I can spell it for you. P-S-A-M-M-O-P-H-I-L-E. Didn't even need it in a sentence. It's an organism that lives and likes to live in soil, sandy soil. And for spelling that successfully, Shah will take home $50,000 plus a lot of extra perks, so it equals about $60,000 he'll get. 11 students made the finals after 11 million entered spelling competitions throughout the world to whittle it down to 231 this last week, then to 11 last night, now to that 14-year-old. Congratulations.
Congratulations to him. Well, happening today, your supervisor might not like it, but guess what? Today, National Leave the Office Early Day. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, not quite. Observed every June 2nd. Who knew? It's a day to remind hardworking Americans, you got to take a little time for yourself. About 1/3 of Americans work more than 40 hours a week. Many people are working 2 jobs or more, logging 60 to 80 hours per week. National Leave the Office Early Day was started by an employee productivity specialist. The goal is to help us strike the right balance between working to live versus living to work. That's something my dad always said.
Great line. And if you plan on leaving the office early today, why not grab a couple dozen donuts? Because today is National Donut Day to celebrate. Help your grumpy meteorologist out. Here you go. Take a look at the screen right here. It's blown out video for you. A number of bakeries and shops are giving away some free donuts, including Krispy Kreme and Dunkin' if you have their apps there. But hey, why not hit local bakeries, your Grolls, your Eddie's? They have amazing donuts.
Diablo Donuts, too, by the way. Have you guys been there? Diablo Donuts?
Why is his
Where's
mic
that
up
at?
all the time?
Oh, it's very good.
All right, Diablo Donuts. That's another one he's saying here. Duck Donuts, yes.
No, Duck Donuts is not good. Disagree.
All right, well,
Duck Donuts is not good.
Let's get back to this. Stay on track, gentlemen. To celebrate, you can pick up a dozen for your friends and colleagues. You can also post your donut pictures to social media using the hashtag National Donut Day. Or, guess what? You could chime in your favorite donut shop using your Fox 45 app. So then we could show that to our meteorologist.
What's your favorite, Tom?
My favorite is the cake donuts. I like the
cake
blueberries.
ones.
I like the chocolates. I have an issue with cake donuts.
I like maple bacon. We want to see what you're celebrating, which donut you like the best here today. Just scan your QR code right there on the screen. That's going to take you to our website, and you can Butternut Crunch. You can upload your Butternut Crunch donut there.
Doesn't even need a
Pictures of it.
microphone.
I'd like to see what that looks like. Does it have just Butternut Crunch? What would that be? Is it Butterfinger?
It's so good.
Show us your donuts. Go to this website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
It sits behind the crawlers. Nobody gets them.
Butternut Crunch.
It's so good. Try it, Megan.
All right. To find a place that has that. CFG Bank Arena bringing yet another headliner to center stage in our 9 o'clock hour. A 2023 World Bronze medalist and reigning U.S. champion.
He's here.
Oh, I see him. He just stood up. He is taking the ice.
Donuts.
That's because he's taking the ice tonight. He is going to share more about his unique experience on what it was like competing in the Olympics. And of course, a lot of strength, a lot of, trying to stay away from sweets like that.
Right. But if you are not like that and you enjoy a donut from time to time, there's one thing that goes really well with donuts.
Coffee, of course. Let's take a coffee break. We need that. All of us. Workers at Dollar General are demanding stronger safety and health protections. Employees say Dollar General is failing to take precautions to prevent violence in its stores. According to the nonprofit Gun Violence Archive, 49 people have been killed at Dollar General stores since 2014. My goodness. Well, if you are looking for a way to make your home feel fresh and clean, Genevieve Gorder has a money-saving idea for you. See what she discovered in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
The space we live in is so important to all of us, and that really starts with the base of a healthy, clean home, including the air that we breathe. And there are so many pollutants that can affect the air inside of our homes, from our pets, dust, allergens. What's the solution? Here's one. This is the Clean Light Air. It's super compact, easy to use. It even fits in the cup holder of your car. It's an air filter that can remove up to 99.9% of particles you don't want in your house, like smoke, odors, pet dander, air pollution. And this thing is small, but really mighty. It can purify up to 161 square feet at a time. So think about it in your office, your kid's dorm room, for a small bedroom. So many people love using these in the kitchen while they're cooking. Even if you've never thought about the air quality in your space before, you will absolutely feel the difference right away with this product. Place them anywhere your pet hangs out, or when you're going somewhere running errands, put it in your car. It's super quiet. It's super easy to use. And another thing I love, you can charge your devices at the same time. There's a USB port. Add your favorite essential oil to the sponge inside so the air will not only be clean, it will smell great. And today we're offering a 2-for-1. Both of these for the price of less than you normally pay for just one. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
It is 9 o'clock, and we are following 3 big stories for you. A big budget for Baltimore City schools, why some council members are concerned about exactly where the money is being spent.
Baltimore's youth curfew goes into effect again this weekend. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's having trouble enforcing it.
More than a dozen city schools will be closing early today because of the heat. A weather authority team tracking just how hot it will get and whether the heat will carry into your weekend plans. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
9:01 now on a Friday morning, June 2nd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast.
Hot. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. And numbers today or yesterday were in the upper 80s. Today we're talking lower 90s.
Hot, wet, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, for the next 3 days.
HWC. All right.
Nice job,
I like it.
Tom.
Good job, Thomas. Yeah. All right.
I checked the app.
That's good. That's also very good. Yeah. Our downtown Baltimore camera, you can see the kind of haze that is out there. There is some blue sky up above, but again, the lower levels of the atmosphere, we don't have a lot of wind, guys, unfortunately. And we're going to see those temperatures that will continue to rise. So we will have kind of a hazy day today with some of that still smoke from Nova Scotia in our area. And look at these numbers. We've already hit 75 degrees, and it is 9:01 in the morning here in Baltimore City. 69 in Cockeysville and Bel Air, 70 in Columbia. You're already at 69 in Stevensville there on Kent Island. So out and about cast here, low to mid and upper 70s for the next couple of hours, mid to upper 80s, and even lower 90s after about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Hottest day so far this year by far. Back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about the chance for some rain for tomorrow coming up. Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Your Len Stoller traffic network showing our drive times in a little slower than normal. You can see we're in the yellow all the way around, but just 15 minutes is your longest commute there from 95 to 83. Developing now, we want to take you live to Washington, D.C., where a bipartisan deal to raise the debt ceiling is now heading to President Biden's desk. While you were sleeping, the Senate passing a bill to avoid that default. The deal brokered by the president and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy suspends the debt ceiling until January 2025. Stick with us, because coming up in just about 15 minutes, we're going to go back live to D.C. for a closer look at what exactly is inside that deal and how the two parties came to the agreement. Overwhelmingly, by the way.
We're following breaking news, too, out of Baltimore County right now. Police investigating an apparent shooting that happened in Woodlawn. Investigators telling us they found an unconscious person suffering from what looked like a gunshot wound last night around 10:30 near Security Boulevard. First responders taking 54-year-old Frank Eubanks Jr. to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead. Detectives now looking into what led up to that incident. Happening today, big budget hearings continue at City Hall.
Today, City Council will hear from the Comptroller's office, and then next week, council members will review key public safety budgets, including Baltimore Police and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Now, these hearings come after a long night at City Hall, with the City Council focusing on the city's public school system.
As Shannon Lilly shows us, leaders spoke for hours, questioning where school leaders are spending their money.
Well, we're learning half of all Baltimore City school students are chronically absent. That's something that school administrators confirmed to us in last night's hearing. It all comes as the school system is expected to get an infusion of new funds under that Kerwin plan. But it's what happens after the plan that has some concern.
My concern is about the continuity of funds and the continuity of programming that we will obviously face once this implementation plan ends.
Part of what I'm charged to do, and frankly what the Board of Commissioners is charged to do, is to be able to project out, right, what that funding looks like, so that, you know, we're not leaving subsequent generations with the cliff.
Now remember, in total, Baltimore City will be spending more than $404 million on city schools. That's $79.4 million more than anticipated to fund the Kerwin plan. The state of Maryland in total will contribute $1 billion to Baltimore City schools. And at last night's budget hearing, school officials had a lot of plans for that $1.5 billion in funding. The additional funds will allow the district to hire almost 500 new full staff positions. Meanwhile, administrators were questioned about the absentee record. City Councilman Christopher Burnett raised alarms about what he calls a woefully inadequate response to the shootings of 5 Edmondson High School students earlier this year, when those students left campus across the street.
We got a lot of feedback from families, so it wasn't just like our opinion about what the response was, but we did talk to students and staff and family members who felt like the response wasn't as robust as the severity of what occurred.
He says the school needed a far better response in meeting with those students and their parents. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Also happening today, the second weekend of the Monzi Youth Curfew in Baltimore.
Fox 45 News has learned the city is lacking staff to enforce the citywide youth curfew, despite the mayor saying the first weekend was a success.
That curfew went into effect on Memorial Day weekend as part of an effort to reduce violence among teenagers.
And Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning now with a closer look at all those concerns. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. The city is looking for staff to enforce the Monzi curfew in 3 main areas, including right here at Rash Field, which is in Federal Hill. And this is where teens are expected to gather tonight, as well as in Fells Point and the Inner Harbor. The curfew goes into effect on weekends from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for children 13 and under, and 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for ages 14 through 16. Now, according to the plan, social workers will engage youth with help from city partners to limit unnecessary interactions with police. And despite Mayor Scott calling the curfew a complete success, Fox 45 News has obtained an email sent to city employees saying the administration is challenged in finding adults to monitor the minors. The immediate goal is to encourage city employees to volunteer between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m., and the city wants at least 9 employees each weekend to be assigned. Euripsy Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement thinks asking volunteers to engage with youth is troublesome.
Well, I can tell you that the attorney in me is cringing. You're dealing with young people. There's no indication that these are volunteers. He's asking for volunteers. Is there going to be some sort of a background check system? You can't send people in there blindly to do what? Just be hall monitors?
And city employees would be asked to let the teens know when the curfew is in effect, and also ask them if they need help calling a parent or guardian for pickup. And employees' compensation includes overtime or comp time. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. The mayor's office says the summer youth engagement strategy as a whole has a budgeted price tag of more than $1 million. Now, overtime for city employees will add to that price tag. Critics say the city is taking a big chance with taxpayer dollars.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
Well, during the first weekend of enforcement, no students were brought to those youth connection centers.
Enjoy a day of exploration along the Charles Street Promenade.
You can visit the new shops and find the charm of Charm City in the historic neighborhood. Amy Aronson has been out shopping all morning long. How many bags have you accumulated yet?
I've been good. I've been trying to be good, but this last stop is a cool one. And this is also opening up just in time for everything happening along Charles Street tomorrow. We're now in Treehouse Greenery, a brand new business along Charles Street. I'm here with Michelle and Todd, who are ready to go. You've got some good refreshments, perfect for a day like today because it's going to be so hot. So how did this whole business come about?
So Treehouse Juicery started because he was actually vegan when I met him, and he was suffering some health issues, and he decided to change his life, start eating healthy, and I ultimately was just like, hey, let's make a business off of your lifestyle.
Why not? And you have some awesome juices here. You said you made them so kids will like them. So that means they've got to be good, right?
Yes, they're absolutely delicious. Even our green one, we have kids come back and get it. So
oh my gosh,
everything
awesome.
tastes good.
Okay, awesome. And how excited are you guys to be part of Charles Street here and kicking off everything tomorrow with the street closing down and people coming out to try out your juices?
Very, very excited. It's our first time, so we're just excited to see all the new people and get as many people in as possible for our grand opening, which will be tomorrow during the promenade. Cool. And I know it's going to be a blast.
Okay, Todd, I'm going to put you on the spot. What's your favorite juice, if you could just recommend one?
I love all of them.
All of them? Oh, man, good answer. If you had to pick.
If I had to pick, I'd choose Sun Warrior because it's very sweet, hydrating, with a little kick from the ginger.
Okay, perfect. And then Abby's also with us this morning, talking about everything else happening. Not only can you get a refreshing drink as you stroll down Charles Street, but what else is going to be happening here tomorrow?
So here in Station North, it's going to be a big, giant block party. So right outside these doors, we have the Made in Baltimore Makers Market with more than 40 Baltimore-based makers and small businesses. And then Mobtown Ballroom is popping up. They're going to put down a giant dance floor in the middle of the street with live music by Sally Baby and swing dancing. And then we're also working with Baltimore Design School. These are Baltimore City Design High School students who are going to be selling things that they made, like print, jewelry, and their event is called Coffee House, so it's featuring a local coffee roaster, Black Acres.
Perfect. And we have all the information up on our website, so if you want to check out what else is going to be here tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Charles Street Promenade, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. What do you guys think? So much fun stuff. So many new businesses popping up on Charles Street. Who knew?
The juices sounded pretty good.
Just grab the juice and walk around at the block party. I mean,
the juices sound so good.
Both of them, yeah. Thank you, Amy. Today, nearly 20 Baltimore City public schools, we guarantee we know of 13, are closing early because of hot temperatures and a lack of air conditioning. The city school system, though, was given the money to get the air conditioning in all of its schools in 2017. The work was supposed to be done this school year. Well, in August, when the school year started, school officials told Fox 45 News air conditioning projects will be continuing through the summer. We're about a month away from marijuana becoming legal in Maryland. Coming up, how the state plans to regulate it and how it will spend all the money legal pot brings in.
And a deal to avert a debt default is heading to President Biden's desk. We're going to take a look at what's in that deal and the compromises that both parties had to make. Time now 9:12. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Developing now, with time running out fast, Congress late last night passing a bill to raise the nation's debt limit and avoid possibly an economic catastrophe here.
Now, the House passed that measure Wednesday, and it was up to the Senate to do the same before the country would theoretically run out of money to pay its bills. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, is joining us live from Capitol Hill this morning with the latest. Good morning, Scott.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Megan. Lawmakers here on the Hill and the White House really put themselves in a terrible position where they had to act very quickly in the end. Remember, Monday is the deadline at which point the U.S. government would have hit that debt ceiling and start to default. In other words, run out of money and not be able to pay the bills for the first time in history had they not raised it. So they have done that now. That'll move the deadline until January of 2025. And it came with only a few votes to spare, showing just how very few people, if any, were happy with the details of this agreement, since both sides had to do some give and take.
Well, you know, Scott, Democrats aren't happy, Republicans aren't happy. Is that the sign that this was, in fact, a good deal?
Yeah, that's the definition of compromise here on Capitol Hill, exactly. And in this case, that's because it imposes new work requirements for some Americans who receive food aid. That's one part of it. Also cuts back on new money for IRS agents, among other controversial changes that'll reduce funding to fight climate change. It negates Biden's push to roll back some tax cuts on corporations and wealthy Americans. So there are a lot of sticking points in there. Of course, don't forget, Tom and Megan, this drama isn't completely over. Part of this agreement is that lawmakers will have to follow through on promises regarding how the country's budget gets approved in the fall. And if they don't, that could trigger some across-the-board cuts. This bill now goes to the president's desk just in time to avoid what many say would have been a devastating devaluation of America's economy. The president set to sign it and address the nation about it tonight at 7 o'clock.
All right, Scott Thuman, yeah, we'll be talking about this in another, 2 or 3 years, too, right? Yeah, we have our political correspondent live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
All right, time now, 9:17 on a Friday morning. We want to get another check of our forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. And time to get the donuts? Remember that?
Time to make the donuts. That's right, from the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Right. My thing is when I do a search for donut shops here, it's just Dunkin', and I'm like, what? The Dunkin' is fine, but it's like, where are all like the really good ones? You know, that's why we're asking you on National Donut Day.
Maple Donuts.
I'm talking about places that have like local.
They
places.
have shops. They actually have places.
Oh, you're talking about the place called Maple Donuts.
Yeah, Maple Donuts.
Oh, that's right. The one that Crossy used to bring in.
Crossy.
That's right. All right.
Is that in York, PA?
It's all over around, York, Lancaster, Shrewsbury. Oh, yeah. Come on.
All right. Towson, good morning to you. I'm sure there's some good donut shop there. I don't know where it is. I'm always in the search for donuts. 75 is your temperature right now in Towson in 9 o'clock, the 9 o'clock hour. So our temps are going to keep going up from here. The average high for this time of year is 80 degrees. So we're going to be past that probably in the next hour or so. We're already going to be in the upper 70s on your Splash Cas Cannonball as you jump in the pool today. UV index very high. Make sure to get that sunblock on. Temps in the lower 90s. I mean, it's a great pool day. You just got to try to get in the shade, get the sunblock on, stay hydrated, all the things we talk about in the middle of summer. We're not on June 2nd. You can see those numbers across the board. Lower 90s for Bel Air and Elkton over to Cockeysville, 93 in Baltimore City, mid-80s in Annapolis, low to mid-90s up and down the 95 corridor, 70 if you're heading down the ocean today for Ocean City, and that water temperature in the mid-60s. Still a little chilly, but overall tomorrow a little bit more cloud cover, stray shower possible with mid-60s and then lower 60s on Sunday. Sunday will be a great day to be down at the beach. Now, if you want to get the car cleaned up, today is fine, Sunday's fine. I have the yellow light for tomorrow. Let me show you our future scan. This is with our temperatures included here. This is about 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll stop the clock there. Here's your lower 90s. Now, as we get about 6, 7 o'clock this evening, you may see some of those towering cumulus clouds, maybe a stray shower or two over the eastern shore. And then tomorrow morning, we'll get more of that cloud cover rolling in right about 1, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That'll be our best chance to pick up a couple of showers and temps that drop into the lower 80s. Sunday morning, we start with clouds, but look what happens Sunday afternoon. We get more of a northerly flow, and that's going to help to flush out any of that moisture. And we're talking about mid to upper 70s for your afternoon highs on Sunday. So that's definitely the best day of the weekend. 16 days until Father's Day, Juneteenth, and 17 days. We're just about 19 days until the official first day of summer. That summer solstice coming on June 21st this year. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 90s, 80s, 70s. That's what's going on the next 3 days. And then we get back to those lower 80s next week with mainly dry conditions.
Well, Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and guess what? You can watch it. We are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams.
Now head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open your new food service business or fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here with us on Fox 45 Morning News to promote your business, get your business plan together. Watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesday nights right here at 9 o'clock on Fox 45.
There is a new way to fight crime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to tell you about the citation docket and why our state's attorney thinks it could improve your quality of life. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Thank you, Shannon. Downtown's newly redesigned CFG Arena bringing in some more big shows. Some of the best and brightest talent in figure skating will be right here in Baltimore this weekend. In fact, one of the stars right now is sitting on our couch. We'll be chatting with him in just a couple minutes. There he is.
Yay!
You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
The best of American figure skating will be on display throughout a 3-city tour and happening here tonight. You can see the stars on ice at the CFG Bank Arena. 2023 world bronze medalist sitting next to me here and reigning U.S. champion Ilya Malinin joining us live to share more. An honor to have you here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. It means a lot to me to be here. It's an amazing experience.
And this isn't far from home for you. Where is home?
I live in Vienna, Virginia, and I train in Reston, Virginia, so it's really close to where I'm here, so it's just incredible.
You are 18 years old. You told me you started skating when you were just 6 years old. How did it get to be what it is today? How much training have you done? Did you just have a love for it? How did this journey begin?
I mean, there was so much hard work and effort. I can't thank my parents even. They were there every day, just, you know, practicing and going through
they're your coaches.
Yeah, it's incredible that they're my coaches, and just means a lot how we're there every step of the way and really pushing me to be better than I was. And
you're just getting started. Bronze at Worlds. Obviously, we want to talk about the three-city tour here, because tonight you're in Baltimore, CFG Bank Arena. What's it like to have friends and family so close to home, and what's going to be going through your mind on the ice tonight?
I mean, I'm just really excited that I'm going to be skating near my hometown. It just means a lot to me. I'm hoping to see a lot of friends and family here coming to watch.
And who's skating with you?
There's a lot of skaters, you know, a lot of Olympic medalists, Nathan Chen. You have a lot of other skaters. There's just so many here, and it's just such a great time to be part of this Stars on Ice family, and just means a lot to me to really also be part of the new generation of skating as well.
And there's something that you are doing out there on the ice that is pretty unique, pretty special. You need to tell me about it, and everyone at home too.
Well, I mean, I'm the only skater who has done a quad axel. It's basically...
Yeah, applause. So explain what a quad axel is.
So it is a jump in figure skating where you take off forward and you do 4.5 rotations before you hit the ice.
How in the world, what made you think you could do this, knowing that it had not been done before, first of all?
I mean, there was a lot of great attempts by other skaters from other different countries, so it really just gave me the motivation to really try to prove myself. And
how long did it take before you finally got it, and what did you think when you landed it?
I mean, it took hours and hours of practice every single day just to get it. And when I landed it, I was so happy. I mean, I just felt this adrenaline, and it just made my day. And just from there, I got so much more motivation to keep skating and keep trying to push the sport of figure skating.
This is just the start for you. We are so honored to have you here, excited to see what comes next in your journey. And again, tonight, right here in Baltimore. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still ahead, a new way to track crime in Baltimore City. We're going to take a closer look at the newly unveiled citation docket and the crimes it will track.
Recreational marijuana will soon become legal in Maryland. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how dispensaries are preparing for the surge in business. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It just got exciting in here. Look at this. Yeah. Orioles, Gunnar Henderson. Welcome to the show.
Hawaiian? Yeah, I've got the Gunner too. Shannon Lilly comes walking in just like, hey guys. Yeah,
I
just
remember
got some
this.
merch, some swag from the O's. And we were like, why? And she goes, well, I wear orange on Wednesday. I posted it. Now, she didn't talk about the, 12, 15 years that we've been doing that? Nothing. Justin shows up, gets merch from O's. Shannon shows up. Great for her. And thanks for sharing, but yeah.
It's okay. Hey, my husband wears this shirt all the time. That was a giveaway Hawaiian shirt day last year. I mean, this is an exciting time to be an Orioles fan. We got meteorologist Justin Chambers will bring into this conversation.
My daughter was just wearing this one that we got. She had to borrow it from friends because I didn't get any swag, so she had to borrow it from her friends in Thursday's game.
This was the free giveaway last year, and they were all schmediums, and John, my husband's pretty big guy. He wears this thing proudly.
And they're doing that coming up, I believe. It's right around 4th of July weekend. I think that's when they have it. Yeah, this year. O's back in town next Friday. They're on the road out in San Francisco. It's a late game, 10:15 Eastern time tonight. But hopefully they can get back on the winning track. They're still, one of the best teams in baseball. We love that. And it's June now, and we're talking about the O's. And they're no longer just, maybe we're going to get to the play. Like, we're getting to the playoffs this year. All right, there's Bromo Seltzer Tower. 3 o'clock right now in Honolulu, Hawaii. So that's the time there. 77 your number in Westminster, 75 in Bel Air and Baltimore, 71 in Annapolis. So out for a run or a jog. It's already warm, guys. Upper 70s through 10 a.m., mid 80s into that 11 o'clock hour. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
We actually expect Maryland to be kind of a cannabis destination, a draw.
Adults 21 and up will soon legally be able to buy cannabis in Maryland, and dispensaries across the state are preparing for a surge in business. Olivia Dance joining us live now with how? Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan. Remedy Maryland has several dispensaries across the state, including 2 here in the Baltimore region. But their location in Columbia sees about $1 million in revenue every month for medical marijuana. So then on July 1st, when recreational marijuana becomes legal, they're expecting a huge increase in business and possibly selling out.
It's like being a liquor store or being a restaurant and like possibly running out of food in the middle of the day. It's something you have to just kind of plan for and keep your fingers crossed.
That was Mitch Trellis from Remedy Maryland, who says their store in Columbia sees about 300 to 800 medical patients every day. But in a few weeks with recreational customers, that could skyrocket from around 1,000 to 3,000 a day. He says an eighth of an ounce of cannabis will run customers anywhere from $30 to $60, and customers can expect a 9% sales tax increase on cannabis products. That's the same sales tax for alcohol in Maryland, which Trellis says is a smart move.
If our goal is truly to end the black market, then the answer is to have a cheap sales tax, because the black market has no sales tax.
Again, recreational cannabis becomes legal on July 1st, so we're just about a month away. Megan, back to you.
Olivia, we know the dispensary says they're expecting a huge increase in business. Are they ready for it?
Yeah, Megan, they are. And besides just stocking up on products, they say that their staffing will double, and they're also getting more cash registers. But you also have to keep in mind that Maryland is surrounded by several states that haven't legalized recreational marijuana. So they're also expecting a lot of people to come in from out of town as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. While many are excited for the legalization, the state's marijuana law is creating a nightmare scenario for small business owners who are selling hemp. The state's framework caps the level of THC allowed to be sold in hemp products at a rate that will make many items, they say, which are legal now, illegal to sell without a marijuana license. While hemp sellers could apply for a license to sell cannabis, there's no guarantee they'll end up getting one. And in the meantime, they are telling us they'll suffer devastating losses.
Talks about, no one being left behind, but we're totally being left behind.
Everything that we've built over the last almost 5 years is about to be stripped from me in 60 days.
Well, lawmakers say the restrictions were written on purpose and that they had concerns about a lack of regulation on hemp. The business owners say that they have been asking for regulation and what new testing and packaging standards for their products, but want them to be implemented without the law effectively ending their businesses. And there's a new tool to fight crime in Baltimore City. It's called the Citation Docket. Shannon Lilly shows us. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says it will address quality of life crimes without driving up incarceration.
Well, Bates says this is all about accountability, something that people here in the city have been calling for some time now. Well, now he's doing it.
At the end of the day, the citizens have demanded that we do something, and, individuals have to make a decision. I'm not here, and we're not here, and not in this position to coddle individuals, but we're trying to get them help. If they don't want help, they will be prosecuted.
So how this citation docket will work? For adults 18 years and older, citations will cover a multitude of low-level offenses, including several dirt bike charges, aggressive panhandling, and more. A citation will lead to an initial court date, and when arraigned, those eligible will be offered the opportunity to complete community service and receive wraparound services like drug and mental health treatment. If they don't accept, though, the state will then proceed with the case as normal. So Bates says that this will both improve the quality of life of people living here in Baltimore, while also holding those accountable who break the law and making sure that they have consequences. Now, we know that those citations will begin being issued come June 12th, and the first docket is July 17th. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you believe prosecuting low-level crime will lower violent crime in Baltimore City? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 96% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Developing now from our live center here, a bipartisan deal to raise the debt ceiling now heading to President Biden's desk after the Senate just passed it hours ago. That vote came in 63-36, overwhelmingly, with both of Maryland's senators voting for it. The deal, brokered by the president and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, suspends the debt ceiling until January of 2025. And it also places a cap on non-defense spending, cuts some COVID-19 relief funds, and increases work requirements for some food stamp recipients. In a tweet, the president says this bipartisan agreement is a big win for our economy and the American people. President Biden says he wants to get the debt ceiling bill into law as soon as possible, and he plans to address Americans later today. Now, also happening today, Fort Bragg will soon be known as Fort Liberty. The North Carolina military base is going to be hosting a ceremony today for that name change. It was originally named for the Confederate general known for owning slaves. The name change is part of a Department of Defense initiative to rename military installations with the name of a Confederate soldier. That's the latest from our live center.
Coming up, could big changes be coming to Pimlico? We'll look at the future of the sport betting at the track. And a hot start to your weekend. We can see temperatures in the 90s for the first time this year, when rain will move in and cool things down. That's coming up. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:40 on a Friday. It's time now to meet our pet of the week. Katie Floyd with the Maryland SPCA is here with today's pet, and this is Bailey.
It is. This is actually Bailey Jean.
Bailey Jean.
Bailey Jean is a lab mix. She's 9 years old, so she fits into our senior category. I mean, she's just so sweet. She loves people, loves treats. She's a little strong.
She likes to mark her territory with her tongue.
Yes, she has definitely what I call the liquor.
Yes.
Lots of kisses, lots of slobber. She will fit into really any home.
Perfect family dog, obviously food driven a little bit here, and she found it. Yeah, you and I found it. We can go on walks together, right? Right, Bailey? You want to go on short walks? Yes. Yeah, all right. And so, how is she with kids, though?
She's great with kids. Yeah. We believe that she's lived with other dogs before. She's lived with children. We're not sure about cats. Okay. So it may do best to be a home without cats until you learn a little bit more about her. As you can see, she loves people, loves to hang around, but also loves a good nap.
Yes. I mean, if you're a marathon runner out there, Bailey may not be the one. If you want to go on a nice little walk around, maybe check the neighbors and chat and do a lot of stopping along the way, maybe stop at a donut shop, Bailey is your girl. Bailey Jean, right? Yes, you're the girl. So we're talking about older dogs, though, because SPCA has a lot of older dogs. Normally everyone's like, oh, it's a puppy. But there's a lot of dogs just like Bailey waiting.
Absolutely. My best advice for people is really to think about a puppy before you adopt. Chewing, housebreaking, all of those puppy things. A senior dog can fit into your home and your lifestyle so much easier. They are, you'll know their personality to start off with, and they're just super, super sweet. So if you're looking to adopt, please think about Bailey Jean or the hundreds of other dogs that we have in the shelter right now.
1 o'clock this afternoon, you can fill out paperwork for Bailey, and make sure you bring some treats for it, and she'll love you too. And then that is happening, Katie, though, today at 1 o'clock in your SPCA, where we can go?
Yes, absolutely. We're located at 3300 Falls Road, mdspca.org, to see all the animals we have online.
There you go. Thank you for that last little lick. We appreciate it. Well, big changes coming to the job market, how artificial intelligence is changing how companies hire their new talent. And ahead of the busy summer travel season, there's a nationwide shortage of airline mechanics. The changes airlines are now making to try and attract new talent. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The 8th year of Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson is about to wrap up as the program prepares for season 9.
Cheryl's joining us now to tell us about this week's end-of-season roundtable broadcast. Cheryl, what turned out to be the highlights, though, for your season?
Well, there were quite a few of them, but I'm looking at viewer feedback and interest in the social media posts on certain stories. And one big one for sure was our report on the doctors and other medical professionals who gave an exclusive group interview to Full Measure about the first hospital in the nation to require COVID vaccines. That's where they worked. All of them severed their ties or had their ties with the hospital severed because they didn't want to get the COVID vaccine for medical or religious reasons. And this was a big story because it takes a lot for them to come forward and speak out in their profession. A second big story I think was a big highlight was our story on prescription drugs that were legally prescribed by doctors to millions of people who then went to their pharmacy only to find that the pharmacist refused to fill the prescriptions. This is because the government didn't want people to take ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine for COVID, so that was a big controversy too. We'll be looking back at a lot of stories at our end of the season roundtable with Scott Thuman and Lisa Fletcher, and we'll be back for a season 9.
Wow.
We're going to go out and start shooting new stories pretty soon.
Looking
and
forward.
Be back in the fall.
We're looking forward to it. Host of Full Measure, Cheryl Atkinson, thank you.
Well, of course, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45, airing Sunday mornings and night. First one is at 10, and then that night at 11. And then for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, look at the podcast Full Measure After Hours wherever you like to listen to your podcasts.
Making headlines, Baltimore's champion boxer Gervonta Tank Davis is in jail downtown after an apparent violation of his home detention. This stems from a hit-and-run crash in 2020 that injured 4 people, including a pregnant woman. Less than a month ago, Davis was sentenced to 3 months home detention. Now he will have to serve that behind bars. It's not clear what he did to trigger this full jail sentence now. When we find out, we'll let you know.
On Anne Arundel County, new video from a string of thefts at gas stations. Look how quickly this happens. You see it right there. He opens the door, gets something out, and then gets back into his car. Police say the man seen here and others have been stealing items from cars while the drivers are right on the other side of the vehicle, just busy pumping their gas. The theft seen in this video happening in just 10 seconds. We've shown you these videos in years past, but this happened 5 times at different gas stations in Laurel and Hanover just this month. Police reminding drivers to lock your car and hold on to your valuables even when you're just out on the other side of it pumping gas.
The owners of Pimlico Racecourse are reconsidering plans to shut down off-track betting. That's according to the Baltimore Banner. This comes just one day after a report indicated the track would stop carrying simulcast wagering by the end of June. In an email sent to employees, First Racing and Gaming CEO Aidan Butler wrote that ownership is reassessing the move, and he says the move would only happen during the summer months when patrons aren't betting as much. A final decision has not been made. It's always suspicious when all the producers start showing up in the studio here. What is going? No one has donuts, but there's a good 10 producers now circling our studio.
Yeah, and normally when it's time to leave work early today, right? And even when you're popping your collars,
and
because you're an old meteorologist, that is.
They don't look angry. That's the good thing. We didn't do anything that bad.
Which makes me nervous.
There's a lot of milling about going on. There's
there
milling.
We go. All right,
look,
there they are.
They're milling about.
That's 4 of them. There's more.
There's more in the back. Yeah. All right. We'll see what's going on.
Something's up.
Something's definitely up.
I'm keeping my eye on.
We've got 11 minutes left of this show. What more can happen here?
The Baltimore Orioles will be back at Camden Yards, ladies and gentlemen, next weekend. So they are out of town, but you are looking outside right now. It would be a hot day for baseball. Even tonight would be hot, too. But numbers are going to be in the lower 90s. In fact, our first 90-degree-plus day of the year, and we haven't had one since September of last year, about 9 months or so. So 73 this hour, 88 by noon if you're getting out there on the golf course, lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. That's usually where I shoot, lower 90s. So that's what you're going to see across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. 93 Baltimore City, 91 Hereford zone. For your numbers in Howard and Arundel counties, keeping those 90s going. And typically, we're only at about 80 degrees. We've had a nice string of kind of a below or near average start or end, I should say, to the month of May. Even the Eastern Shore, you're getting on some of those mid to upper 80s for Centerville and Rock Hall over to Chester on Kent Highland. 88 in Easton for this afternoon out in Talbot County. So, pollen forecast. We're already past the peak of the grass and the really high categories. That's good, but it's still out there. And I know allergy sufferers dealing with that. And remember today, too, it is a code orange air quality alert day. So folks who have issues breathing in terms of breathing problems, asthma, or older or younger people want to try to limit your time outdoors, as you're going to see those kind of hazy conditions with that smoke hanging around. So here's our future scan. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. There's the lower 90s. 6-7 p.m. tonight, maybe a stray shower trying to work into the eastern shore. We'll start with some clouds tomorrow morning. And this is about 1-2 o'clock. I was talking with our weather team in the back, and yeah, just looking less and less likely that we're going to see really anything major in terms of rain. Just a couple of showers here and there possible. And then Sunday, that is the banner day, my friends. We're talking mid to upper 70s, drier and cooler, maybe even a light breeze. That'll be a good day to be outdoors and hang out on the patio. 78, in fact, for that high on Sunday after a high of 93 today, and then lower 80s, into next week. 10-day forecast. We'll do that coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Making your headlines this Friday morning ahead of the busy summer travel season. There's a nationwide shortage of airline mechanics. According to some government data, more than 1/3 of airline and airplane mechanics are already at or near retirement age, and less than 10% are under the age of 30. The shortage is prompting companies like United to launch hiring sprees. Starting pay for such jobs taking off, soaring from $18 an hour in 2018 to the upper 20s now.
Artificial intelligence is changing how companies hire. While AI has not replaced humans in every job just yet, thank goodness, the technology could make it harder for you to land your next gig.
Organizations are using AI to create job descriptions, to source potential candidates from LinkedIn or other public platforms.
All right, because more businesses are also using AI to review resumes, career development experts say it is even more critical you research companies and positions before applying.
Just submitting one generic resume to multiple companies never has been successful. But in this new world of AI, it's just a waste of time, because if you're not tailoring your materials to that job and that organization, then you'll really never get through to the next stage in the hiring process.
Meanwhile, even if you're doing a video interview or application, AI could be monitoring that too. Well, things may have been mild when you walked out the door this morning, but lunch outside could have you sweating as we climb into the 90s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to share if the heat will stick around for your entire weekend. That's coming up. Time now, 9:53. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.